Good morning. I'm just taking a moment while all of us populate the room here, the virtual room. And I will take this moment to look to our court reporter. Are you ready to go? Ready for us to go on the record? Oh, I think we needed to promote you. Sorry. My team needs a moment to click. I'm looking to my team. Can we move the court reporter to panelist? Great.
Good morning, Ms. Quincy.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Well, I am on my phone, but that's not my primary recording.
I see.
And it's saying that I am unable to join the meeting on my computer. I communicate through my phone, but I'm unable to join on my computer because I've already joined this meeting on another device.
So we need to send you another link. And I think that you need a separate link.
Okay.
And it sounds like, do we need, I think we would need a different email address. Is that right? I'm looking to my team. Is there another email address that we could use for you? And you don't have to say it out here in the public, but if you could email it to us.
Uh, Hang on a second, just one moment. I rarely use it, so I want to make sure I can log into it. It is like archaic. Okay. Yeah, just give me one moment. I just want to test this out and make sure that
Sure. Take your
I'm
time.
logged in. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to put you on mute for just a moment, please.
Sure.
I apparently don't have, I'm trying to figure out a workaround for this.
Well, so we sent a separate link to Kate Barr. Would it be possible to have her forward that one to you?
Yeah, I think that that would be the best thing. Let me reach out to her. It may take a few minutes, and I apologize for this.
That's okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
It's our new procedures, and I look to the room. I appreciate your patience with the
Yeah,
new.
I didn't have any problem being on both devices last, what was it, on the 3rd?
Mhm.
So I don't know what the difference in protocol is this morning between then and now. I didn't get that unable to join because I'm already on another device message.
Well, it should be device specific, so I would have expected there would have, so
Okay, yeah, so it's
protocols are
interesting
working.
that I was able to do it, but I can't now. But give me a moment. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Quincy, I've just sent her an email and I'm also going to text her. And it's you have the address kate.bar at California Reporting.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I've alerted her that you will be sending that to her. Thank you. Just a moment.
And yes, well, she should have received it this morning. I'm looking to my team. Can you hop in and help me understand here? Are we able to send a separate link as well? Can we email that to the court reporter?
Okay, am I there? She just responded that she'll keep an eye out for it. Um, so,
She should have received a link this morning.
okay, let me just let her know
Thank
that.
you. Sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, just a moment. Wait, is this a new link or do I send the one? Okay, hang on just a moment. Yes, just a moment. I anticipate it won't take more than a minute or two for her to send me the link. And then if we can, if there's no way to have me be able to access two devices, um, I will just be in sync with her to have her forward me the link in the morning from her email address when she receives it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I I know these are new procedures and they're a little complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I've never not been able to log in twice, so I was like,
Right.
what is happening? All right, thank you. Okay, it looks like I'm in. I've set it to court reporter two. Or no, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'll be in under Kate Barr. I apologize.
We can change it to court reporter too.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then just let me know when have you netted everybody already? Are they listening to this conversation?
Yes, everyone is listening to this
Good
conversation.
morning, everyone. All right, I'm ready whenever you are. Thank you. Oh, wait, actually, no, I'm not. Just a
No,
moment.
we need to promote your other
Okay. All right. Thank you. Join as panelists. Yay. All right. I apologize for the inconvenience.
uh,
Thank you so much. I'm prepared whenever you are.
thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to the room for your patience as we work through these things that sometimes happen with new procedures. So with that, I see a hand. No, I don't see. There was an accidental hand. With that, good morning. Hi, everyone. It's April 7th, 2025. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the second day of the evidentiary portion of the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. I am joined this morning on the Zoom platform by members of the State Water Board. We have Board Member McGuire and Board Member Morgan with us this morning. The hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar. If you are planning on actively participating today, you do need to log into the Zoom webinar using the individual link that was sent to you by Zoom. And I did want to update all of you. When we met last time when we were in the hearing last week, I indicated that we were going to attempt to set a reoccurring webinar so that you could use the same link over again, at least for the week. Given the settings that we're using, we are not able at this time to do that. So you will receive a new link each day. We're planning to send those links out around noon. Normally, so today you should receive those when we break for lunch or if we're finished by lunch. And then you will get your normal reminder email about an hour before the commencement of the hearing in the morning. So we are working on that to see if we can find a workaround, but for now, there will be a new link each hearing day. Everyone on the service list should have received an individual link. And if you can't find it, please check your junk mailbox. Hopefully we're all in the room. All of you did a fine job on April 3rd of making it in. But if you're having any difficulties, please send an email to us at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. This hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. If you are not planning to participate today actively, please do use the YouTube channel for viewing the hearing rather than logging into the Zoom platform. That will make things easier for us here on the Zoom platform by having fewer of us in the room. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded. We will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will take breaks today as we have, mid-morning, lunch. I don't know how long we will go today. We may have somewhat of a shorter day, hopefully. But we will certainly have a hard stop at 5 p.m. if we go that long. I'm going to move now right to appearances. It's going to be our challenge each day to see if we can do appearances faster and faster. So we will set that challenge. What I'm planning to do is go through my list of participants from last week so we can hopefully move through those fairly quickly and then see who else we may have in the room. It looks like we have a lot of familiar names here, so I thought this might move us along a little more quickly, but I will go ahead and call out the party or your name. And if you would please raise your Zoom hand, that helps you go to the top of our list so that my team can find you more easily. We will move you to panelist status, and then you will be able to unmute yourself, turn on your video, and introduce yourself. So we'll go ahead with that order. So I will start with the California Department of Water Resources. So if we could please move up Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris. And Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I'm here with our outside counsel today, Stephanie Morris. We are trying a new audio setup, so please let us know if there's a conflict or echo so that we can try to adjust.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Carroll. And Ms. Morris, please. And let's see, and Ms. Morris, we didn't hear you, but I assume the audio, there was no need for it. Do we need an audio test? Your mute is off, but we can't hear you.
I will work with Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like we have Dr. Chandler. If you would please come on camera, say good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Colin Chandler on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you, and we can hear you fine, so that's work. And if we please look to my team, please promote Mr. Reyes. Good morning.
Morning. Eric Reyes, Department of Water Resources. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
And Dr. Atelovich, if you would please bring him up to panelist. Good morning. You're welcome to come on camera and turn your audio on.
Good morning, Eli Talovich from Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. Thank you. And I believe that's everyone from the Department of Water Resources, so I will continue down the list. State water contractors. We would please promote Mr. Krieger. I'm going to use the funny word promote. That's the Zoom word for it, so keeps coming out of my mouth. Mr. Krieger, you're welcome to come on camera and unmute.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Miles Krieger for State Water Contractors. I'll also be appearing for Coachella Valley Water District. And I don't believe the Desert Water Agency is a party to this proceeding, but they came up on Thursday. And so for simplicity's sake, I can report back to them as well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Carroll, please.
Ms. Kinsey, I'm sorry, we missed Dr. Andy Draper.
Oh, did we? I'm sorry. Dr. Draper, let's, if we would please move up Dr. Draper as a panelist. And Dr. Draper, you're welcome to come off mute and turn on your video. Oh, you did say good morning, right? Didn't we do this?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay. I think I saw you. Good morning. Welcome. Next, I'll look to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. We would please move up Ms. Altenberg. And you're welcome to come off mute and turn on your video.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Amy Offenberg for Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation. I don't know if anybody else is on, but as usual, Anna Brathwaite, Kate Laubach, or Allison Mitchell. Any one of us may be on at any time. So thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Good morning. Westlands Water District. Will you please bring up Ms. Loom? And you're welcome to come on video and turn on your microphone. You have to come off mute, it looks like.
I was almost there, one click less. Good morning, Hearing Officer. This is Mary Loom on behalf of Westlands Water District.
Thank you. Good morning. South Delta Water Agency, Central Delta Water Agency, Heritage Land Company, and Rudy Moosey Investments. If we can please promote, it might be Mr. Reese or Mr. Herrick, I'm not sure. It'd be a surprise. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Dean Reese for South Delta and Central Delta Water Agencies and the other individual parties you listed.
Thank you. Good morning. Byron Bethany Irrigation District. Please bring up Ms. Tabor. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
I don't know why my camera is not on, but I will try to fix that. It's must be a computer issue on my end. This is Kelly Tabor, Somex Simmons and Dunn. Good morning, appearing on behalf of Byron Bethany Irrigation District, the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, and the City of Stockton.
Thank you. Good morning. El Dorado Irrigation District. Please bring up Mr. Donlin. And Mr. Donlin, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Miss Kinsey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Robert Donlin, Wanger, Jones, Helsley, appearing on behalf of El Dorado Irrigation District and Placer County Water Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. We can bring up Mr. Cho. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Kenzie. Austin Cho of Downey Brand, appearing on behalf of North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068.
Thank you. Good morning. Next on my list is San Joaquin County, and I'll just say et al. Do we have Ms. Meserve? Please bring up Ms. Meserve. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning. It's a lot of clicking. Yes, I'm here for the San Joaquin et al. Parties, which include the counties plus the other entities that we listed last time. I think when you got to ECOS last time, you don't need to call them again today. I can report back to them. I don't think anyone is here on behalf of that group. And I'll also note that Mr. Keeling is here today for San Joaquin County as well, if you wouldn't mind letting him at this time. Thank you.
Please, thank you. If we can bring up Mr. Keeling. And Mr. Keeling, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Ms. Kinsey. I am delighted to be promoted this morning on behalf of San Joaquin County.
Thank you. Good morning. Next on my list is San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. And I see on my list, I believe we have Mr. Emmerich, so I'm going to call City of Antioch. I believe that's Mr. Emmerich. If you would please bring him up. And you're welcome to come off mute and on camera.
Thank you, hearing officer. Matthew Emmerich for City of Antioch.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Tulare Lake Basin Water Storage District. I see Mr. Keel, and we may have another. Let's see. And we can bring up Mr. Goebel too. And Mr. Keel, you're welcome to come on camera. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Kenzie. Peter Keel, and I'm joined by Vincent Goebel. Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Good morning. Do we have Save the California Delta Alliance and Hood Community Council? Do we have Mr. Brodsky? I realize you may be listening and not in the room. That's fine. Okay. Farm Bureau, Delta Caucus, Sacramento County Farm Bureau, and Russell Van Lobensel's. And bring up Ms. McDowell. And you're welcome to come on camera. Hi.
Hi, Amber McDowell with representing the Farm Bureau Delta Caucus.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
In Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, Winnemem Wintu Tribe, Little Manila Rising, and Restore the Delta. California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Mr. Schutz, please bring up Mr. Schutz. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Ms. Kinsey. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'll note that I have a administrative issue. Each time that I try to log in, I am told that I have to re-register. I don't know if that's unique to me or if that's something that happens to everyone, but if that's something your technical folks could look into, unless that's happening for everyone, I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. And to all of you, please do let us know when you run into funny things. We'll try to see if we can get to the bottom of that, what that might be. Thank you, Mr. Schutz. California Water Impact Network. I believe that should be Mr. Moore. Please bring up Mr. Moore. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
It's working. Thank you. I didn't know if you had spoken yet. I didn't hear you.
Roger Moore on behalf of the California Water Impact Network.
Thank you. Good morning. Friends of the River. I don't see anyone. I'm just going to, looks like we just have a few left, so I'm just going to go down my list here. Carrie Buckman. We can please promote, and we'll just do quick introductions of the remainder. Oh, Ms. Carroll.
Yes, Ms. Buckman is joined on our conference room television, but she is not participating.
I see. It's the name we should recognize as the conference room television. Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will mark that. Dan Whaley. Please promote Dan Whaley, Mr. Whaley. Mr. Whaley may not be accepting his panelist promotion, so I will come back. Oh no, there we go. Mr. Whaley, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you. I'm listening.
Who are you here on behalf of?
Delta Legacy Communities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Whaley. Ms. Desjardins, let's please bring up Ms. Desjardins. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research, I did want to offer an observation. So I also had to register for the webinar, and I believe basically what happens is it wants you to log into your Zoom account, and then the registration is a way of validating that you are indeed who you say you are. So I think it might be intrinsic to the process whereby Zoom, because it's a webinar, Zoom validates that you're not somebody trying to hack into the platform.
Yeah, we'll look at it. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. We'll look into that. The intent was not to require you to have to log into Zoom, so we'll make sure our settings are what we think. But thank you for bringing that to my attention, and good morning. My team is asking me. Let's see. Jason Volk. Let's please bring up Jason Volk. Ms. Carroll.
Mr. Volk should be the panel that is on for April 9th. Or 8th, I'm sorry.
Okay, so is not needed. Mr. Volk is online. If Mr. Volk if you're not going to be participating today, if you could join on the YouTube, that would be quite helpful. And we will welcome you on tomorrow. Thank you. And then Michael Plinsky. We could please promote Mr. Plinsky. And Mr. Plinsky may not be accepting our request for now, so we will leave that. With that, I know that took a little while. We will get through this. We will get it faster, and we will figure out how to do this more streamlined. I will look to my team. Is there anyone else who, have we received any email or anyone else who is having trouble logging in? I'm just looking for confirmation.
We have not.
Thank you. Wonderful. I thought we'd turn to a few procedural matters before well, I just have general housekeeping as we get started here. If you do have something you would like to discuss, please go ahead and raise your hand as I work through this. I'll just note a few things. We did issue a fourth amended notice of hearing on Friday, so you should have received that. I believe that addresses the outstanding procedural matters that were within the purview of the AHO. I did want to remind us all that today we will be getting through DWR's panel 1, and then we won't be starting panel 5, which is our next panel in the order of things, until tomorrow. So I do expect we'll most likely have a short day today, but then we'll pick up tomorrow morning with panel 5. I already mentioned the matter of the reoccurring hearing and that we will be receiving an individual link every day. Are there any other procedural issues we should address now before we move back to panel 1 and cross-examination? If we can please, Mr. Cho, if we can please unmute Mr. Cho and give him his controls. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick one that may already be addressed by the changes that DWR has made to its audio configuration. But yes, on Thursday, there were some instances where DWR witnesses would be answering a question and it was not clear from the screen because it was focused on Mr. Reyes, which of the witnesses were actually responding. And I was just curious if that is accurately captured by the court reporter in the transcript, or if there's any way that DWR's changes are going to address that so we know who's speaking.
Look, I mean, it should be captured by the court reporter. I will speak on behalf of the court reporter that should be captured. But Ms. Carroll, is that one of the, I know you mentioned a different audio configuration. Is that the attempt today?
That is the attempt. Without knowing what you're doing on your end with YouTube, we've tried to mic each person individually.
Great, thank you. I think that should solve it. I think if the microphone is coming through their feed, then YouTube will focus on that person. I think that's how it works. You know, they'll connect the video and the audio that way.
I appreciate that.
You,
thank you.
Mr. Krieger. We can please unmute Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I just wanted to request access to my audio so that I have that mute, unmute button rather than just the hand raise. And it looks like I do. So thank you.
You do now. Yes, you do. Thank you. Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. My question had to do, and I did email staff about it, but normally I think the Zoom transcripts are able to be uploaded immediately, but those aren't up from last week. And we're still hoping to convince, we think we need the real transcript, and I'm working on that, but the Zoom transcript is somewhat helpful and
Better
it's
than
not,
nothing. Let me look to my team. We have a transcript, right? They will be up shortly. We will post those shortly. We have them and we will post them.
Yes, if there could be a way to just make a practice of, I believe they're available immediately. So if they could be posted at the end of the day or for, you know what I mean? That's really all we have to go back to besides our own notes. So especially when we have back-to-back hearings, it's really helpful to get those up quickly if possible. Thank you.
We will attempt to do it as quickly as possible. It's not immediate. It has to download it. There's a little processing and then we're in the hearing, but we will try to make a practice to get those done as soon as possible. And I realize they're better than nothing.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other procedural matters we should address? And in the meantime, I'll ask my team to start promoting, if you will, Mr. Reyes, Dr. Draper, and Dr. Atilovich. And according to my notes, I believe, Mr. Cho, you are first up this morning, unless you and Ms. Meserve came to a different arrangement in terms of asking questions. Is that right?
That's correct. I'll go first.
Great. And I will look to Dr. Draper, Dr. Atilovich, and Mr. Reyes, if you would please come on camera. And I see we have Ms. Carroll. And we need Mr. Cho. Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, could we also add Ms. Morris?
Yes.
Thank
Please
you.
bring up Ms. Morris. And we need Mr. Cho. We can please bring up Mr. Cho. And Mr. Cho, when you're ready, I believe we are here. So with that, I think our witnesses, I'll just recall taking the oath of when we were together last week, and we were picking up with cross-examination, and I will turn things over to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you. Morning, gentlemen. I believe most of my questions today should be focused on Mr. Reyes, but if any questions come up and are better answered by Dr. Draper or Dr. Atilovich, please go ahead and answer as appropriate. First of all, Mr. Reyes, if you could please, if we could go to your testimony at DWR Exhibit 600 on page 1. If we could just look at lines 9 through 12 on page 1. And you state that you are responsible for leading the development, maintenance, and application of mathematical models for the California Central Valley system related to the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, and the Sacramento San Joaquin Bay Delta. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you please explain what you mean by the term Central Valley system?
Generally, what I'm referring to there are the watersheds that are fed by the upper watersheds and the Central Valley agricultural systems and urban systems that make up like Sacramento Valley, San Joaquin Valley.
And does the Central Valley system include natural watercourses as well as man-made watercourses?
Yes, it does.
Does the Central Valley system include the natural watercourses in the legal delta as it's defined in the water code?
I think aspects of that, but perhaps Dr. Atilovich is more familiar with the term legal delta.
Is the question.
Yeah, unmute.
Sorry, I didn't catch Dr. Atilovich's response.
The legal delta is covered by both calcium and DSM-2.
And that is also considered part of the Central Valley system as described in this testimony?
That's not a definition I can speak to.
Mr. Reyes?
I think that would be covered in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta part of that on line 12.
And in order to handle your responsibilities as described in your testimony, do you need to have an understanding of the hydrodynamics of the legal delta?
Yes, we have a general understanding of the hydrodynamics of the legal delta.
And how do you define hydrodynamics as you use it in your testimony?
In this case, I'm talking about the DSM-2 model, which is a one-dimensional flow hydrodynamic model.
Thank you. Do you need to understand how salinity moves in the delta in order to understand hydrodynamics?
My understanding is there are aspects of salinity that have to do with densities and things that can change the hydrodynamics, but I think Dr. Telovich probably has a fuller answer to that.
Well, I agree with that. I also think that you can differentiate between hydrodynamic results, which often speak to water levels and flows, and water quality results, which are salinity, EC, temperature, and other parameters. But the two sciences are intricately interwoven, and the people that specialize in hydrodynamics generally are associated with salinity as well as flow and water levels.
So is it fair to say then that the movement of salinity in the delta is a complex process?
Yes, I think it's fairly complex.
And in addition to your previous answer, Mr. Telovich, is that also because the movement of salinity in the delta can be affected by many factors such as tidal influences and freshwater flows?
Both of those are influences on salinity in the delta, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, if we could go back to your testimony on page 1 at line 15, you state that the calcium-3 and DSM-2 models were developed for the DCP to analyze projected changes in water supply, water quality, and water levels with the DCP that may affect legal users of water, correct?
That's correct.
Would these legal users of water include, for example, in-delta irrigators?
Yeah, the DSM-2 model has information about diversions and water levels and water flow and water quality near legal users of water in the delta.
So in your mind, how would a change in water quality as modeled affect a legal user of water in the delta?
Could you expand on that question? I'm not sure if I'm understanding what you're asking.
Sure. You state in your testimony that the calcium-3 and DSM-2 models were used to evaluate changes in water supply and water quality and water levels with the project that may affect legal users of water. I'm asking, how would a legal user of water be affected by a change in water quality as you looked at it and developed this model?
Objection, Stephanie Morris. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Calls for speculation.
I think the witness can, I'll overrule, but the witness can caveat the response based on your expertise.
Yes, my expertise is on exactly what's there, the water levels, water supply, water quality, and then analysis of any effects is discussed in later panels. Setting specifically panel 2 will be going over that information.
Okay, and I'm not asking what those effects were. I'm asking how does water quality affect a legal user of water?
Same objection.
Same objection.
Noted. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think I have the same answer. It's I think what I've studied over my career is those changes. So if water quality changes, water supply changes, I haven't studied effects of legal users of water necessarily. So I think that is covered by panel 2 and perhaps the biological panel. I forget, it's panel 3.
Did you develop the models that were used for DCP for other panelists that may be speaking later to analyze effects on water users through the different metrics you listed here of water supply, water quality, and water levels?
Stephanie Morris, outside the scope of this testimony, the testimony is focused on the base model, not any modeling specifically for the DC.
Overrule it because on case in chief direct, cross-examination, you can ask questions outside the scope of the direct testimony or the written testimony. So please go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
So again, Mr. Cho, could you repeat your question?
When you developed the models to be used for DCP, namely CalSIM-3 and DSM-2, did you develop them for other DWR witnesses? Strike that. Did you develop CalSIM-3 and DSM-2 for the DCP so that others could evaluate the results of those models to understand how changes in water supply, water quality, and water levels could affect legal users of water?
Objection misstates testimony.
Can you try it again, Mr. Cho? Please.
Mr. Reyes, when you developed CalSIM-3 and DSM-2 for the DCP, did you develop them so that others could analyze the results of those models to understand how changes in water quality, water supply, and water levels could affect legal users of water?
Same objection.
And can you expound on that objection, please?
The witness testimony is talking about DSM-3 and DSM-2 as tools that are used exclusively for the DCP. This testimony is not the result of the model that was done for DCP.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I think we lost your microphone here.
Can you hear me now?
I think so.
I will restate.
I think it sounds like there are two microphones on, and that might be the problem. I realize you all are in the room together.
Okay, trying again.
There we go. Yes, much better.
Great. This witnesses and this panel's testimony is focused on the tools that were used. The tools are used more broadly than the DCP. These tools are used for multiple purposes. And the results of the tools that are used are presented in panel 2, not in panel 1. This is simply the tools that were used, not any results. Again, these are used for multiple purposes by multiple parties.
Thank you. Understood, Ms. Morris. With that, Mr. Cho, I think you can get at your question, but would you like to, I'm sorry to ask you to do it a third time, but if you would, I think the point is well taken that the work by Mr. Reyes was not necessarily specific to DCP, although you could explore that topic, I suppose.
Well, maybe we can go back to lines 9 through 12 again. Mr. Reyes, you stated that you were responsible for leading the development, maintenance, and application of the models that are used for the Central Valley system, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And are CalSIM-3 and DSM-2 used for the Central Valley system?
They are, yes.
And you state on lines 17 through 19 that CalSIM-3 and DSM-2 were used in evaluating projected changes with the DCP,
Yes.
Maybe stepping back from the DCP, generally for the Central Valley system, are calcium 3 and DSM 2 used to evaluate changes to water supply, water levels, and water quality that can affect legal users of water?
Yes, calcium 3 was used to look at the effects of water supply, water quality, water levels, and how those have changed with and without the DCP. But calcium 3 and DSM 2 are tools that can show those changes, and then those changes may be studied to develop effects analysis, which I think we'll be covering in the panel 2, which goes over those specifically, and then there's a biological panel as well.
Mr. Reyes, I wasn't asking specifically about DCP in that question. I was asking more broadly for the models that are used to evaluate the Central Valley system that you were responsible for developing and maintaining. In general, for understanding changes to water supply and water quality and water levels in the Central Valley system, using calcium 3 and DSM 2, how would a change in water quality affect a legal user of water?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I think that's fair, and I think we've been down this line. Of Mr. Cho, if we can move on from this, please.
With respect, Ms. Kenzie, I think I haven't gotten the specific answer that I'm looking for, which is how do the models show what an effect on a legal user of water would look like?
Let's try that. Okay, let's try that question. I don't know if you want to phrase it differently. Or not.
Mr. Reyes?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. How would the models used for the Central Valley system show whether a legal user of water is affected by a change in water quality?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, the reason why I have some hesitancy there is this affects legal use of water category that you're referring to. I mean, I could speak to changes in water quality, whether that is, how that's affecting a legal user of water. That's a lot of speculation on my part, and it's not an area it's an area that's outside of my expertise.
Mr. Reyes, you use that exact language in your testimony. Are you just...
That says that may affect, so...
And I'm asking, how might it affect a legal user of water? That seems
so I guess what I'm saying is that there is a change we're showing, how that affects, it may affect a legal user of water, and that's analysis that needs to be done.
Thank you.
So, but the tool can be used for that.
I'll skip some of these questions then. So Mr. Reyes, do you have any experience, or are you able to speak to how a model would evaluate changes to water levels as you described them in your testimony?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
So again, these tools are a study of a with and without scenario, are used that way for the DCP. And so any changes in water levels that would occur from a with and without a DCP case would be information that you could extract from the model results.
And why would that information be useful?
It could be used in an effects analysis.
Is there a reason why an effects analysis would look at changes to water levels in the delta?
Again, I think
Objection calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous.
Can you be more specific, Mr. Cho?
Is there a reason why calcium 3 and DSM-2 are used to analyze the DCP to evaluate projected changes in water levels?
so. The tools, like I said, they're used to evaluate things like water levels. So I guess could you repeat your question again? I'm sorry.
Yes, I agree that they are tools that can be used to look at water levels. Do you understand why they are used to look at water levels?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, asked and answered.
I think this is fair. Mr. Cho, I don't see this as particularly productive. I don't think we're making progress here.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, is it your understanding that changes in water levels might affect the use of gravity-fed siphons in the delta?
Water levels, I think as I understand, the head is the main, I guess, factor in the use of siphons.
So is that a yes?
No, not necessarily, because level and head from a water level to a siphon intake are different.
Are water levels and head positively correlated or inversely correlated?
I think that's quite a factor of depending on the channel bottom depth and the location of the siphon. So it depends, I guess.
So is it your testimony that there could be instances where a water level is lowered, but the head increases?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical outside the scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled.
And so your question is, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, I'm responding directly to your previous answer that disagreed or did not fully accept my question of whether head and water levels are directly correlated or inversely correlated. You said that there's a number of variables that affect that. So I'm asking, are you aware of instances in which a water level could be lowered, but the head increases?
Same objection. Also, I'll just note for the record that panel 2 discusses water level results in detail. That is not a specific, it's not a specific topic for this panel.
Mr. Cho can ask his questions of this panelist, so I'm going to allow the question.
So yeah, I'll see if maybe Dr. Draper can assist me here on this answer.
So, with regard to the
All right. With regard to the Delta Conveyance project, my expertise is in large-scale water resources modeling. But in a former career, I did spend 15 years as an irrigation engineer, and so have some experience on issues of water quality and water levels. With respect to calcium is providing flow data. And that flow data is feeding into DSM-2, which is providing information on water levels and water quality. There is nothing inherent in calcium-3 that will tell you about impacts to crops and yield because of salinity in the delta. There is nothing in calcium-3 that will tell you or provide information directly on water levels and the ability to prime pumps. So in all of the EIR, the results from calcium-3 and DSM-2 analyzed by an expert in a particular field. That field may be fisheries, it may be associated with water temperature, and it may require additional modeling. But there's nothing in calcium-2 and DSM-2 that would tell you directly impacts to crop yield because of water quality or difficulties of priming a pump. The outputs are water quality and stage.
Can I tag in on that also? I think the last part that Dr. Draper.
Dr. Atelovich, we could hear you better if Dr. Draper went on mute and you went off mute. Please. Oh, Dr. Atelovich, you're on mute and we can't hear you at all.
Sorry about that. I was just going to say that the DSM-2 model does model water levels, and it would be able to provide a comparison of water levels with and without the DCP. The interpretation of that is based, as I think you're implying, on agricultural knowledge, and particularly there are thresholds, things like Dr. Draper mentioned, priming pumps. So we're not able to provide specific information about agricultural equipment. I think that's kind of where the stalling point is here. We are able to provide some insight on the differences in water levels that will occur as a result of the project.
Neither of those responses addressed my question, which was, when you're looking at changes in water elevation, do changes to head generally correspond to those changes in elevation, or are there instances in which they would be inversely related?
Didn't answer.
Head is
Go ahead, Dr.
Head is correlated with water level.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Moving on. On page 6 of your testimony, Mr. Reyes, at line 19, you state, you state starting on line 19 that the results from calcium-3 and DSM-2 are used to inform the understanding of the overall effects of the DCP, correct?
Testimony reads.
Sorry, you cut off partially there.
No, sorry. Yeah, I said yes, that's what the testimony states.
Thank you. If there are flaws in the calcium-3 modeling, such as incorrect operational assumptions, would those be carried forward in the DSM-2 modeling?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled.
Yeah, so to me, can you describe that situation for me, please?
Calcium-3 incorporates a number of operational assumptions to provide inputs to DSM-2 on flows, correct?
Could you be more specific on your description of operational assumptions?
On the amount of water going into the delta.
Calcium-3 is developed in a way to match or to closely follow the general operational rules that our operators follow, which includes meeting the requirements of Decision 1641 and other BIOP requirements, that are required on the projects. And so those flows that result from meeting those objectives and those regulations are a part of the Calstrom 3 operations, as you would say, like the flows that come out of Calstrom 3, and then those are fed into DSM-2.
So maybe putting this a different way, is DSM-2 dependent on the Calstrom 3 assumptions?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled. Mr. Reyes, you're the expert, so you can qualify this answer as you see appropriate.
When used in a planning mode, DSM-2 generally uses information from a Calstrom 3 planning study. However, DSM-2 is a tool, and it could use historic information. It could use information from, a hypothetical case, I suppose. You could construct flows that you could feed in these DSM-2.
So if we can unpack that response a little bit, are part of did you state that there are modifications that can be made to DSM-2 after the Calstrom 3 outputs were incorporated in to adjust for things like observations or strike that question. Was your response that DSM-2 is further refined in order to avoid inaccurate outputs based on Calstrom 3 assumptions?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Vague as to further refine.
I would like to be able to get to your question, Mr. Cho. Maybe just try one more time.
Sure. Maybe, Mr. Reyes, could you just please expand on what you were referring to when you mentioned adjustments and refinements? Maybe
I don't think I mentioned adjustments and refinements. DSM-2 is a tool on its own. It can use Calstrom 3 as a source of inputs to give it its boundary flows, which will then propagate through DSM-2, which it tracks the hydrodynamics through the delta and ultimately as outflow. But it is a standalone tool, and so it can have boundary conditions that can be taken from historical observation. And sometimes in short-term studies, we may feed it flows of an expected storm or something like that to get a sense of, how the delta hydrodynamics and water quality might play out in a certain situation. So it is a generic standalone delta modeling tool. I mean, it's specific to the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta, but it can take flows from Calstrom 3, or it can take historic or observed flows, or you can maybe in a short term provide forecasted flows into it.
On page 8 and onto page 9 of your testimony, so maybe if we could go to the bottom of page 8. Great. You talk about the goodness of fit when you're describing the calibration of DSM-2 version 8.2 compared with the previous calibration as they relate to flows. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On page 9, line 6, if we could scroll a little further there. And then ending on line 11, You state the mean errors and root mean square error values of the tidally averaged flow simulations of the current calibration were consistently smaller compared to their counterparts in the previous calibration. Similarly, the current calibration yielded very close flow simulations to those of the previous calibration at 3 Mile Slough and Jersey Point on the San Joaquin River. Is that fair reading of your testimony there?
Yeah, I think it starts off talking about Sacramento locations, and then in that last line you read, then now points to 3 Mile Slough and Jersey Point on the San Joaquin River.
Ms. Mullen, could we please open exhibit DWR 607? And this is the calibration memo for DSM-2 version 8.2. Is that correct, Mr. Reyes?
That's correct.
And if we could jump down to page 9. Mr. Reyes, would you mind reading the last sentence of the second paragraph there? Starting at 3 Mile Slough.
Okay, among all 5 locations, 3 Mile Slough was the only location where tidally average flow simulations deviated notably from the corresponding observation.
I'm sorry, I was referring to the last sentence of the second paragraph, starting with 3 Mile.
Oh, sorry. Okay, for
And that is saying that while the current calibration had a smaller mean error, it had a higher root mean square error value. Is that correct?
yeah, RMSE.
And if we scroll a little bit further down to the next paragraph, towards the bottom of that second to last paragraph there, there's some discussion of those discrepancies in the calibration, correct?
You're going to have to point me to what the last paragraph.
I'm sorry, it's the second to last paragraph on the screen.
Okay,
right now.
gotcha.
The last sentence says this could be an indication that there may be an issue with the flow boundary conditions used. And that's referring to a discrepancy in flow at Rio Vista. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm going to read the entirety of that paragraph. And perhaps Dr. Atelovich can weigh in here more. His group is the group that prepared this memo.
I don't have a recollection of that particular event. That would be referring most likely to flow in the Sacramento River and or the Yolo bypass, because again, not remembering the month by month of 2011 perfectly, I do recall that it is a pretty severe flood condition.
Okay. At the top of the paragraph, in the middle of the page there, you see where it says 3 Mile Slough was the only location where tidally average flow simulations deviated notably from the corresponding observations.
I do see that, yes.
And I recall from Thursday morning, Mr. Reyes, you testified in your oral summary that with DSM-2 version 8.2, the R squared value indicates good calibration, meaning version 8.2 had higher R squared values, and that meant that they generally improved over the prior DSM-2 version. Is that a correct summation?
Yeah, I gave a sample of some locations, but perhaps Dr. Telovich could speak more broadly.
That's fine. If we could scroll down to page 13 of this exhibit, please. Scroll down a little bit, and we'll probably need to zoom as well. There's a little table, subdivision D. And on that table, there's a number of columns, and this is, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, if we could just scroll up really quickly to the top of this page. This is for 3 Mile Slough at the San Joaquin River. And now if we could please scroll back down. Are you able to read the R squared values for 3 Mile Slough in comparing the two DSM-2 versions, Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Do the R squared values improve in the new version?
Reading from this table, it looks like it goes from 0.59 to 0.54.
And is that an improvement?
It's a reduction in R squared value by 0.05.
And can you, just in layman terms, describe what that means?
You know, as I indicated previously, an R squared approaching 1 is of better quality, and an R squared that approaches 0 is of poor quality. And so these are relatively close in value, but yeah, numerically it's an indication of a diminished R squared.
Can I add a few remarks to that? One is that R squared is a statistic that is swayed by outliers, and this plot looks to be tremendously swayed by that spring 2011 event that you mentioned. You can see that in the form of some green points that are below the main cluster of points on that plot. So likely the coefficient of determination in this particular case is just driven essentially by that one event, which probably doesn't do justice to the distribution in the rest of the plot. It's also worth noting that a lot of these statistics were, I believe, presented in terms of tidally filtered values rather than tidal values. The tidal results that you showed at the top of the page are a dominant feature of the 3 Mile Slough area. And I can tell that if it were done on raw water, I could just look at that plot and tell it would be a sort of a 0.97, 0.99 level of fit based on tidal goodness of fit. So I think that those explain essentially the 3 Mile Slough situation.
How do you derive at that assumption, Mr. Telovich, the 97.99?
Excuse me, I'm purely applying my expertise as having looked at perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 plots of this sort and being able to tell what when tides are included. Usually tidal fit is the dominant feature of the R squared value. We do not necessarily always use that as our, I mean, it is in some ways good to be able to look at the low frequency net flow component as well as the tidal component. Here, that seems to be, it seems that the net flow component that statistic may be dominated by essentially 1 to 2 months of the analysis, the statistic.
Hey, if we can go back to your testimony, Mr. Reyes, on page 9. back at line 6. Is it accurate to say that at the 3 Mile Slough location, it was similar to the other locations which had consistently smaller mean errors and mean square errors?
Okay, could you repeat the question?
Is it accurate to say in your testimony that at 3 Mile Slough, the 3 Mile Slough was similar to the other locations which had consistently smaller mean errors and mean square errors?
I think yeah, like my colleague stated, I think it depends on the title aspect of it. So if as described as he described it, I would say yes.
We're talking about the results from the calibration memo, not the comments that Mr. Atelevich made. Based on the calibration memo, which you're describing here, was the mean square error at 3 Mile Slough smaller?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. I haven't actually heard an answer yet, Mr. Reyes.
What I read is similarly, the current calibration yielded very close flow simulations to those of the previous calibration at 3 Mile Slough and Jersey Point. It doesn't speak to what it was comparing the mean errors and the root mean square errors.
So your testimony similarly simply just does not address the mean square errors at 3 Mile Slough as you're describing it.
That's correct.
At page 10 of your testimony, paragraph 23, you state that salinity at the Edmonton location in both calibrations was underestimated, particularly during critical years when salinity would be at their highest levels. Is that correct?
What line are you asking about?
Lines 1 through 5.
Okay, I'm reading it. Could you restate your question, please?
You state that both DSM-2 versions underestimated salinity, including during critical years, correct?
Yes, that's
Objection, state's testimony.
Overruled.
yeah. The line says there that both versions underestimated EC observations,
And
but
based
it doesn't indicate to what degree.
Sure. Based on your general understanding and expertise, are salinity levels higher during critical years?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Do you need more detail to that question, Mr. Reyes?
Please. Go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Based on your experience and expertise, do salinity levels typically correspond, or do salinity levels tend to increase during critical years as compared to wet years?
Generally, I would agree with that, but again, it depends on the time of year. And it's really flow based more than year type based, I would say. So you could have a very wet period in a otherwise critical year, and you could have a month of hardly any flow in a wet year.
Fair enough. Does this mean that the models assume lower salinity than what might be observed?
I think what I'm stating there in the calibration, we were getting values that were, yes, under what the observations were. But again, this isn't specified to what degree.
And why is Edmonton an important location for measuring salinity?
Edmonton is important, or it's one of the locations that we attempt to have compliance with, as the operators would look to that station under D1641.
Yep. And was salinity at 3 Mile Slough and analyzed for purposes of calibration?
Excuse me? I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Was salinity at 3 Mile Slough analyzed for purposes of calibration?
I believe it was looked at. Perhaps Dr. Atelovich could confirm.
No, I don't remember whether that's one of the stations. I believe Rio Vista was.
If I represent to you that 3 Mile Slough was not analyzed for purposes of salinity calibration, do you have an explanation for why that would be?
Yeah, I mean, one always makes choices. The general accuracy, Edmonton is not too far away, and again, we are straddling that station reasonably closely. We get pretty good results, especially with that second calibration. There may be some underestimation evident, but if you were to pull up the calibration for that station, the performance even in critical years is much improved. The other, I guess the only explanation really is finite resources, and then to some extent length of record comes into play also for some stations. I can't remember whether that's one of the ones where that's an issue.
We were discussing previously how the modeling took into account water quality relating to salinity. If we could just quickly return to that topic. Just generally, Mr. Reyes, from a modeler's perspective, is it important that the baseline of a model comparison include applicable water quality standards established by legal requirements, such as D1641?
Could you restate your question, please? If I could hear it in entirety.
From a modeler's perspective, is it important that the baseline of a model comparison include applicable water quality standards established by legal requirements, such as D1641?
Objection calls for legal.
Overruled. I think this is a fair question. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. What was your last part of your question? Is it important?
Is it important for that the baseline of a model comparison include applicable water quality standards that are established by legal requirements? And I used D1641 as an example.
So the calcium 3 model is essentially we use generalized rules to approximate the type of operations that our operators adhere to. And, working closely with the operators, they can only, or at least this is what I'm recalling was told to our groups. There are 4 main locations in the Delta that they try to adhere to in terms of meeting salinity standards in the Delta. And I think because those are the areas that they can affect, and when those 4 locations are met, then they tend to have the Delta in compliance, especially when you factor in, other things like X2 and outflow requirements and such. So, in terms of, do we have as inputs every aspect of D1641? I don't think we do, but I think there are some major or key locations that we, in the model, attempt to comply with.
Do you know if the water quality objectives relating to agricultural beneficial uses in the legal delta are included?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled.
I will ask my colleague, Dr. Draper, to assist me with this particular question. Unmute.
Looking at D1641 and Table 2, which specifies the agricultural benefits for agricultural water use. Yes, in calcium 3, we do include water quality objectives for agricultural beneficial use at Emerton and Jersey Point.
Thank you, Dr. Draper. Ms. Mullen, do you mind jumping over to AHO 49? Maybe we don't have it open yet. I'm sorry. Could you mind, would you please open exhibit AHO 49? And this is water right decision 1641 as revised. You see that, Mr. Reyes? We can go to page 182. This is the table you just referenced, Dr. Draper, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is it possible to zoom in at all? That should be fine. Are you at all familiar with these objectives, Mr. Reyes?
I am, yes.
So is it your understanding that the D1641 water quality objectives must be met during the period between April 1st and August 15th of each year?
I'm a little bit more accustomed to looking at, there's a graphical table that has what standard of 1641 is on during what parts of the year. And so in terms of calling out those specific dates, I mean, I'm having trouble following this table, but yeah.
If you look at the, Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll up just a little bit so we can see the headers of the table. There. Second to the right column, time period. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see that for each water quality objective or criterion, there's a time period specified of April 1 to different dates shown. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And do you see from here that August 15th it tends to be the latest point of time that is specified in Table 2?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that after August 15th of each year, the D1641 does not require the State Water Project to meet water quality objectives for salinity in the western and interior delta?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Will you try that one again, Mr. Cho?
Try to simplify it down. Are you aware of any water quality criteria or objectives imposed by D1641 that are intended for, or I'm sorry, that are designated for agricultural beneficial uses that extend beyond August 15th?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Reyes.
There are aspects of 1641 that have been programmed into the calcium 2 model, and we largely go off of this table 2. However, if there are other objectives beyond this, I'm unaware. Or I may be unaware.
And that's notwithstanding that after August 15th, there are still certain water quality objectives for salinity at the southern delta monitoring locations year-round. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's right. And there are other at times flow-related requirements that help to maintain certain levels of salinity.
So you described in your testimony and today during questioning that the Edmonton location was important because of its relevance to water quality monitoring under D1641. Is that correct?
Yes, it's one of our key locations.
Ms. Mullen, do you mind opening exhibit DWR 414? Mr. Reyes, have you seen this document before?
Could you please show the entirety of? Yes, I've seen it before. Yes.
Without asking you to give any legal opinions, do you mind giving your general understanding of what this contract is?
I'm not as familiar with the terms of this contract between the Department of Water Resources and the North Delta Water Agency. I think in hearings past, my colleague, Dr. Nader Tarani, spoke to this specific contract, and he's a little bit more familiar, and perhaps my colleague Eli has some knowledge of this contract. It can help me, but do you have questions specific to this contract?
I will, yes. Did you have any other comments just generally, Dr. Patelevich?
I think the only question so far is whether we're familiar with the document, and I do have some familiarity with it, and I think that the operations panel later will have even more.
Sure. Mr. Reyes, are you aware, to your knowledge, is the 1981 contract still in effect?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled. To the extent you know.
Yeah, I'm unaware of the specifics of this contract.
So you have no idea whether it is still applicable or it may have expired or is no longer in effect?
Answered.
We could go to pay Article 2 of this contract, Ms. Mullen, which I think is on page 4. I mean, scroll into the top left quadrant. That would be helpful. Mr. Reyes, do you see sub items under Article 2, which is titled Water Quality? Sub items A, Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2?
You're directing me to the upper left-hand corner, section 2, water quality, and then A and Roman numeral 1 and 2. Is that the clause you're directing me towards?
Yes. And these provisions refer to the water quality that DWR will maintain. It refers to the state, but this is an agreement signed by DWR. The state will operate the state water project to provide water qualities at least equal to the better of standards adopted by the State Water Board, as they may be established from time to time, or the criteria established in this contract. Do you see that? And in terms of the criteria established by this contract, that's specified in Roman numeral 2 there of Article 2A. And do you see the location that's specified there?
Good.
I do, but if I can jump in, see the Edmonton location specified there. But I think one of the difficulties that we have, and one of the reasons that we're sort of puntering to the operators, is an awareness that the point of the location of compliance with, or the point of the contracting location has been changed, or at least that's my understanding.
That's correct. And Ms. Mullen, do you mind just quickly opening up Exhibit DWR 415?
Officer Kinsey, I think we had scheduled about 45 minutes was the estimate for Mr. Cho. We've been going for an hour and 45 minutes. Would this be a good time to take a break while they're pulling up the documents?
Well, I think not to put it all on Mr. Cho, a large part was our appearances here, but yes, we can certainly, Mr. Cho, is that okay with you if we could take a brief break? We are about to.
Sure. I think I have maybe 15 minutes left at most.
Great, that's good to know, but let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:55. 10:56. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we will certainly wait for Mr. Reyes when he is back on camera. Thank you. And with that, back to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, I believe you're in the process of pulling up exhibit DWR 415. And on page 3, paragraph 2, Mr. Reyes, you see that paragraph 2 states that the water quality criteria at Edmonton shall apply to the monitoring station at 3 Mile Slough.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, great. I just wanted to establish that per Dr. Atelevich's comment. So jumping back to exhibit 414. Do you see in Roman numeral 3 under Article 2A the time period that's specified for this contract? The first sentence of that Roman numeral 3.
Conclusion document speaks for itself.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I couldn't hear that very well.
To the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. Also, the document speaks for itself.
Noted. I'll allow the question, but the objection is noted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question?
Yes. Do you see a time period specified in that first sentence of Roman numeral 3?
I see that the first sentence says shall be met at all times except for a transition period beginning 1 week before and extending 1 week after the date of change in periods as shown in the graphs of attachment A.
Great. Thank you. You answered earlier when we were talking about D1641 objectives for the Western and Interior Delta, that those cover a period between April 1st and August 15th. Do you recall that?
Yes, the 1641 standards are in place during that period.
It appears that if the D1641 criteria stop being in effect on April 15th, or on August 15th of each year, are there water quality criteria that DWR is subject to that would apply for the Western and Interior Delta?
Ambiguous, incomplete, hypothetical.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Try one more time, Mr. Cho, please.
I'll be more specific.
Okay.
Do the 1981 contract criteria apply even after the D1641 criteria stop on August 15th?
As I stated earlier, I'm not familiar with the specifics of this contract. I mean, you had me read a sentence that said met at all times, with some exceptions, and then, an attachment A that I'm unaware of. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure, I would say. I'm not familiar with the specifics of this contract.
You're developing the methodology for the models that were used to analyze the effects of the DCP. Did any elements of the 1981 contract get factored into that development?
Objection vague as to methodologies.
Can you specify what you mean by methodology, Mr. Cho?
Mr. Reyes stated in his testimony that he was responsible for the development and maintenance of the models that were used for the Central Valley system, which he also testified include calcium 3 and DSM 2 used for the DCP. So in his development and maintenance of those models, was the 1981 contract incorporated in any form?
So in the development of the calcium 3 model as a tool, we, in consultation with our project operators for both CVP and SWP, there was quite a bit of back and forth after the development of the rules that govern, how those projects operate, and that's inherent in our calcium model, on a general rule basis. And the specifics, North Delta Water Agency agreements are not explicit in the model. However, it has been reviewed, by our operators, and they've determined that the criteria of these agreements are generally met, and match their expectations of when they operate the system. And so it's more of an operational question in terms of how they're meeting those, but in terms of what the model has, we can look at the specifics of at Edmonton or 3 Mile Slough, and that information about any aspects of agreements between the Department of Water Resources and North Delta Water Agency could be examined.
Could I just, sorry, just to clarify that last comment even just a little bit more, the Sacramento at 3 Mile Slough is a DSM-2 output location, and it is therefore possible to examine output and look in a differential way between levels of conformity with the contract with and without DCP, and I believe there may be some of that in future panels.
But in terms of the general rule set that was applied to the modeling, like was done for D1641, a similar rule set was not developed relating to the 1981 contract. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it, overruled.
Yeah, as I stated previously, it's not explicitly contained in the model, but the operations that mimic our project operators, I believe, is implicit in that.
You stated, Mr. Reyes, that there was a back and forth on the rules that govern those projects. Did you participate in that back and forth discussion?
I have over, the years of development of calcium, yes. And, as we update, let's say, regulatory criteria updates, it requires that we update operations that match what our project operators are modifying to meet new objectives and things like that. So it's a continual, I guess, back and forth or coordination with our operators to update aspects of the model to reflect their new operating criteria.
So what was the rationale for omitting the 1981 contract water quality requirements in the modeling?
Objection. Misstates testimony.
I think that's fair. Sustain. Try it again, Mr. Cho.
In those discussions that you had about which rule sets you would incorporate into the modeling, to your understanding, what was the reason that North Delta's 1981 contract criteria were not incorporated?
As I stated previously, the operators have had a chance to review the operations in the model and the results of those operations. And, they have, as told to me, have objectives of meeting some key locations. And when those are met, along with all the other requirements in the Delta, they believe they have a good control of Delta requirements. And also potentially these agreements, contractual agreements. And so, that's what is inherent in our model. But, as to the specifics of that, you could possibly ask the operators, which will be in a following panel.
You previously responded or acknowledged that the D1641 requirements for the Western Interior Delta stop on August 15th, correct?
Yeah, as far as I can recall from that table too, yes.
So which operational constraints affecting water quality at the 3 Mile Slough location are in place after August 15th?
Objection asked and answered.
Is your answer none?
Objection states testimony.
Mr. Cho, I'm going to allow one of your questions, but probably the first one. Can you ask it again, please?
Which operational constraints are put into the model for water quality at 3 Mile Slough after August 15th of each year?
There are various additional objectives in the model, like things like fall X2 and other criteria that, when met, have the, I guess, ability to provide enough flow or what have you to satisfy the aspects of this water quality objective of this contract. And so it sometimes is met not specifically, but through other means. And so I think that's what the operators, the reason why they're focused on certain aspects of meeting either water quality or other biop type of objectives.
Please expand on what you mean by other means.
Well, like for the fall X2 example, if we are meeting a fall X2 requirement, we can monitor what levels of water quality we have at 3 Mile Slough, and it's likely being met without specifically trying to meet 3 Mile Slough. It's the flow that's available because of the fall X2 requirement will meet, any contractual specification mentioned in this contract or agreement.
Mr. Reyes, do you know if the 1981 contract refers to fall X2?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Misstates testimony.
Please state the question again, Mr. Cho.
I asked Mr. Reyes if he knows if the 1981 contract refers to fall X2.
So objection is overruled.
Not to my knowledge, but again, I'm not familiar with this. I'm at least familiar with fall X2 as happening under one of the more recent biops.
So on what do you base your answer previously that meeting fall X2 can be in compliance with the 1981 contract?
Because the reason why I say that is because flow and salinity are correlated. And so fall X2 is treated as a flow requirement that provides flow to push the X2 level, which is in a way a measurement of salinity. And so if you're meeting that level of salinity, then you are able to meet salinity at 3 Mile Slough by just by default, really.
Are you aware that there are specific water quality criteria at different times of the year under the 1981 contract?
as I stated previously, I'm not familiar with the exact terms of this contract, but any, I guess, evaluation of whether aspects of this contract are being adhered to could be examined through looking at DSM-2 output of 3 Mile Slough or whatever happens to be the governing station.
Could Fall X2 be used as a proxy for determining compliance with the salinity requirements for Western and Interior Delta under D1641?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which requirements at which time of year.
The Table 2 requirements that we looked at earlier, if that helps.
Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
I can speak a little bit to that. The Fall X2 is generally implies a level of salinity in the Western Delta that's, if not meeting all of the Table 2 requirements, it would be on the sort of the low side of that table. So the 450 microsiemens per centimeter standard that's in place during, wetter years, it's going to be in that ballpark neighborhood as far as the salinity.
So why is there a general rule set for D1641 salinity requirements if Fall X2 can be used as a proxy in the modeling?
Because it's not an absolute proxy. I didn't mean to imply that there's an exact correspondence.
Is it an exact correspondence between Fall X2 and the North Delta 1981 contract criteria?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe it is.
If we could jump back to AHO 49 and go to page 158. And at the very bottom, Mr. Reyes, do you see permit condition number 5?
And could you please orient me to what are we looking at? This
Yes. So this is D1641. And these are the permit conditions applied by D1641. And we can scroll up if it would help establish your frame of reference.
Yes, please. Could you scroll to the top of the page and then I'll look down at this. Is it okay?
We may need to scroll up a bit if we want to look at the beginning.
Do you need a title? Do you want to go to the first page, Mr. Reyes? I do want to make sure you're oriented. What would be helpful?
Well, if your staff pulled up what is 1641, then I can take that as true. I'm just trying to orient myself to what exactly this is referring to, like what section, or is there a title? There's a lot of subheadings, but I don't know.
Sure. Maybe it would be helpful if we went to page 155, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Cho.
So are you able to understand from the heading here that these are further ordered permit conditions for the State Water Project?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
That's fair, Mr. Cho. If you
Should we
want to frame it as a
scroll further
question, try again.
I'm just trying to figure out where we need to scroll up to establish what we're looking at here.
Mr. Reyes, did your review of the page, I believe that was page 155 that we looked at, did that assist you in orienting you to where we are in this document?
Honestly, yeah, it's a lot of, for me as an engineer, a lot of legalese that looked like that was up at 155. Could you then maybe go back to that where you intended initially? Let me just read that and see if that.
And maybe if Ms. Mullen, if we could just first jump to 146, this is the start of the order. And then whenever you're ready, Mr. Reyes, if we could go back to page 158.
Okay.
Do you mind reading aloud permit condition number 5 there on page 158 at the bottom?
Permittee shall provide water to meet any responsibility of water right holders within the North Delta Water Agency to provide flows to help meet the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan objectives, as long as the 1981 contract between North Delta Water Agency and the DWR is in effect.
Do you perceive this as part of D1641 without making any legal opinions, Mr. Reyes? Do you accept that this is part of D1641?
Objection. Let's call for a legal conclusion.
Objection noted.
I can clarify. Do you, I guess, accept my representation that this page is part of the larger whole of D1641?
Yes, I mean, if as I read it, and if this is from 1641.
And I guess consistent with your previous responses, is it correct that the modeling does not make any operational assumptions based on this permit condition?
Yeah, I think I've already answered that it's not in here explicitly in the calcium 3 model.
Could you develop a model parameter that would constrain diversions from the new DCP points of diversion when DWR is out of compliance with the 1981 contract criteria?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Assumes facts not in evidence.
I'll allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, could you repeat your question, please, Mr. Cho?
Could you develop a model parameter to constrain diversions, so I'm talking operationally, from the new proposed DCP points of diversion if or when DWR is out of compliance with the water quality criteria specified in the 1981 contract?
I'm not sure if I know all the aspects of that contract, like I stated previously, to know if that is something that could be modeled.
Do you currently include in the assumptions that when D1641 criteria are not in compliance, or I'm sorry, strike that. Do you currently model that there would be changes to operations of the state water project if DWR is not in compliance with D1641?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Misstates prior testimony.
Ms. Morris, will you elaborate on that?
I think Mr. Reyes has testified that they're about operating criteria and rules that are generalized versus meeting specific criteria, and has specifically stated multiple times that the model does not incorporate D1641 every aspect. It looks at key elements for the operational rules, and we seem to be getting confused between that and what the model output can do.
All right, Mr. Cho, will you try your question again?
Sure, and I'm only talking about operational assumptions based on the rule sets that are incorporated at the outset by Mr. Reyes and his staff. So the question is, do those operational constraints, those general rule sets that are based on D1641, include any constraint on state water project diversions if those D1641 rule sets are not being met in terms of water quality?
Objection vague and ambiguous to project diversions.
What do you mean by project diversions, Mr. Cho?
Let's go with diversions from the proposed Delta Conveyance project diversions.
Objection outside the scope of this panel's testimony. This panel is dealing with the base model, not the modeling assumptions that were used for the DCP and the corresponding result.
And objections noted, but I'll allow the question to the extent you can answer it, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, I did not perform any of the modeling for the Delta Conveyance project, so I am only speaking to sort of existing operations modeling.
Right, and let me try this one more time, and then I'll move on to my last question. I'm talking about the rule sets themselves, not what is done with the rule sets. But do the rule sets themselves include any limitation on diversions, whether it's from the DCP or just diversions from the State Water Project when we're talking about inputs into the system and outputs? Are there any constraints imposed by those general rule sets on how DWR operates the State Water Project based on compliance with D1641?
Objection compound, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
The way that sort of objectives within the Calcim 3 model are set up in terms of meeting regulatory objectives like 1641, those have a higher priority, top priority for being met with supplies from the projects. And so we don't have something that I'm aware of, and perhaps my colleague, Dr. Draper, can follow up with when I'm done with my answer. But as far as I know, we don't have something in the model that says if you're not meeting a 1641 objective, then limit your exports, because if our water supply is going to go towards meeting the objectives first, and so generally we don't need to put a specific rule to say then don't export, if you're not meeting 1641.
Thank you. My last question, I guess, and this is, largely because this is the first time I've done one of these hearings by Zoom before, and I'm unable to see anything aside from what's on your camera. Have you been communicating at all with any persons other than me, and I guess to the extent your co-panelists, in providing your answers today?
No, we have been working with just who you have here, and my co-panelists are actually sitting, to the right and left of me.
But you're not receiving any electronic communications during your responses?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Ms. Carroll.
Yeah, I can explain some of the looking around. We do have a large screen sitting in front of our witnesses so that it's easier for them to read their testimony. I also am putting up a sign that says mute or unmute in order to help with our audio capabilities, but that is the only communication that is occurring.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll, and thank you for coordinating those efforts. And thank you, Mr. Cho. I believe next on my list for questions for this panel is Ms. Meserve. So if we can please bring Ms. Meserve up into view. Welcome, Ms. Meserve, and I understand you have questions for this panel.
Yes, thank you. I will try to be efficient. It just seems this panel is kind of lending itself to the details take a little longer than we might think. Good morning, everyone. I'm counsel for the counties that were mentioned previously and other groups working on behalf of the Delta. I think most of my questions are for Mr. Reyes. They may not be in the correct order here, but I'll do my best to make it make sense to you, Mr. Reyes. First, I wanted to go to the climate change issue addressed on pages 14 and 15 of your testimony. And you had some questions on this previously with Mr. Busher, but would you agree that you are not an expert on the issue of climate change?
Yes, I would agree that I'm not a climate change expert per se, but I'm familiar with climate change just in certain aspects of it, and how I would say I'm a little bit of an expert in terms of how that information is, I guess, taken into our model calcium 3 and DSM 2, but not of climate change as a science itself, no.
And then in your testimony, as well as in your discussion with Mr. Busher, you referred to a panel of national experts that provided input on climate change called the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And forgive me if this was asked already and there wasn't an answer, but do you know who is on that panel?
I didn't have it the other day, but I have a list of names. These are names that are screened, removing any DDR experts. But I have a B.N. Austin, a D.C. Curtis, an H. Albert, S. Young, A. Herson, M.L. Cavas. That's a name I'm familiar with from UC Davis. R. Langridge, K.T. Redmond, M.D. Dettinger, which I think is Mike Dettinger, G. Franco, Dan Can, and K. George Kakos is a list of experts that I have.
And do those experts work directly for GWR as employees?
No.
Are they consultants to DWR?
I'm a bit unfamiliar how that group was exactly impaneled, but DWR is I think the organization that impaneled that group.
And is there a report that that encompasses this panel's recommendations that were made for the modeling that is the subject of your testimony?
I believe there is.
Is that part of the evidence submitted in this matter by GWR yet?
I am unsure. So they're in the. I'm sorry. I'm trying to recall if where it might be. So the EIR is referenced as a resource, and it's possible that within that EIR that report is referenced.
It may be an appendix to the EIR.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I would request that if it is the basis of the testimony, it would be helpful if that could be included with the case in chief, but I will look for it as you suggest, Mr. Reyes. And just on that panel, is it fair to say that that panel selected the inputs you used for climate change?
Yes, that panel or the technical advisory group is the group that ultimately determined the 20 projections of climate that were used for the central tendency version of the 2040 projection that was used in the FEIR.
And with respect to the sea level rise, reliance on the Ocean Protection Council 2018, was that also recommended by the CCTAG?
No, I believe that the Ocean Protection Council has a publication that they released in 2018 giving their guidance of that time. And so it is the information that we used to select a level of sea level rise.
And in paragraph 34 of your testimony, you mention that guidance recommends, it's actually page 15, line 6, and if it would be helpful, Ms. Mullen, maybe we should just bring this up if you're able to.
That's DWR 600. Ms. Mullen probably knows, but.
Thank you. Right. So in this part of the testimony refers to, is your testimony saying guidance recommends inclusion of the H++ scenario for planning critical infrastructure projects. And it refers to the 2018 sea level rise guidance here, which actually, sorry, Ms. Mullen, could we please bring up DWR 608, which is that guidance? And on page 25, there's a lower box on the left that will need to, or it's a heading on the left, and you might need to zoom in where it says projection for decisions with extreme risk aversion in the shaded area. And just scroll down a little bit if you would. Mr. Reyes, is this the guidance you were referring to in paragraph 34?
No, I believe there's a graphic that shows for a given projection into the future, like what year you're looking at. And then it has, a list of figures for the different risk categories that you're looking at. So for 2040, they'd be different numbers. I think this one is it looks like it's beyond 2050. And we were projecting to 2040. So you'd have to scroll and maybe you could find the table that is referring to 2040.
And that would be what led you to use the H++ scenario?
That's correct.
One moment. You're not sure what page that is on then?
No, sorry. It's been a while since I looked at this one.
No problem. Let's see. One moment. So the guidance, so this was the guidance for 2040. Isn't it true that the Delta Conveyance project is being designed in order to withstand the sea level rise that is recommended for planning in the 2018 OPC report?
Could you, I guess, maybe expand on that question? I'm not exactly sure to what aspect you're asking.
And maybe for purposes of this, I guess, Ms. Mullen, we could take this down since this may not be what Mr. Reyes was looking at. Go to 34. Let's see. So critical infrastructure projects on page 15, line 7, you refer to guidance recommending inclusion of H++ scenario for critical infrastructure, right?
Yes.
Right. So, later, elsewhere in your testimony, you refer to the fact that the project is being planned to withstand what would be considered the H++ scenario, right?
Yes.
So,
or at least it was evaluated, I should say. Are you for 2040? Are you speaking of 2040?
Sure, we can. Yeah, we should discuss 2040 because I see that's the year used in your testimony. But my question is, why, if the design would withstand that level, why would you? I think I might just have to. I'm going to move on. Okay. I guess. Okay. Let's go back to the modeling approach. For the CalSim modeling approach, and this is just generally about your testimony, I was curious, do you have, or does DWR have something called like a quality assurance project plan that's similar to what EPA uses in order to ensure the data it collects is meets the project requirements and is reliable?
Not familiar with that EPA plan, and I'm unsure if we have something similar.
Then also in your testimony, you discuss the on page 3, lines 23 to 25. You discuss the operations under the 100-year historic hydrology. And it mentions the groundwater operations. And I was wondering, does that take into account anything that's occurring under Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, groundwater sustainability plans, project and management actions, that kind of thing?
Objection, compound question, assumes facts not in evidence, misstates the written testimony and outside the scope of this witness's testimony and expertise.
Let's go to page 3 and look at line 23 to 25, please, if you could, Ms. Mullen. I believe outside the scope of a testimony has been overruled several times as well, so I'm not sure why it keeps coming up. So let's see, line 23 to 25 on page 3. Oh, I guess it's 22. You see there, Mr. Reyes, where it says, and groundwater operations. So my question just goes to, when you say groundwater operations, does that include the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, groundwater sustainability plans, and those kind of things?
Not specifically, I guess. As far as I know, those plans are still under review. And yeah, they're not a part of whatever the different plans are of some groundwater agencies. They are not explicit in our model.
Thank you. Let's see. And Ms. Mullen, we don't need the testimony right now, if you don't mind taking it back down. Thank you so much. I also had questions around the 2025 ITP updated baseline. On February 21st, you're aware, Mr. Reyes, that DWR disclosed new model runs and updated baseline for the ITP that matched the ITP.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which ITP, also assumes facts not in evidence.
I'm talking about the ITP that was issued for the Delta Conveyance project by Department of Fish and Wildlife in January, I believe.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I was just asking if you're aware that on February 21st, DWR disclosed new model runs that included the updated baseline for the ITP for the project.
I'm aware. I think that the ITP for the Delta Conveyance project took place, but I did not participate in that process.
So your testimony does not describe the updated baseline and ITP?
It does not.
Why not?
I'm speaking to the calcium 3 model as a tool. And as a tool, it's flexible to take in different inputs, one of those being input assumptions about regulations. And so I'm speaking more generally about the tool and its applicability to evaluate the effects of the Delta Conveyance project, but not to any specific applications of that tool.
Isn't the baseline part of the tool?
Well, you can have different baselines. You can have a baseline that's looking at the 2020 biops, or any future, or sorry, any updated aspects of regulatory conditions. And so the ITP for the DCP is, as I understand, is pretty new, and this testimony was submitted a while back, I think.
And should we be looking to panel 2 to describe the new model runs and the changes in modeling that relate to the 2025 ITP?
Yeah, I think that's my understanding. But in terms of the modeling they present there, I believe it's based on that.
And just if has anyone prepared an analysis of the results of those new model runs with a level of detail comparable to what was in the EIR for the project?
I'm unaware.
Objection calls for speculation.
I just asked if he was aware.
And he answered, so we have that.
Thank you. Could you confirm that the project impacts would be different and could be considered in individual water year types, like critically dry years, below normal years, etc., in a model?
I think I would need a little bit more to go on before I could answer that question. So yeah, could you describe maybe what you mean by picking out those select year types?
I think my question is just whether those year types could be used separately for with using the model and the inputs to it.
So year types are classified in the model, you know, and they're based on the 1641 description of year types. And there's one for Sacramento Basin and there's one for San Joaquin Basin. And so the model based on 1641 adjusts operations according to those year types, but it has been used in the past to evaluate results for those year types. And so, yes, that kind of information is in the model, and it can be examined to look at those specific year types if parties are interested.
When you, in your testimony, mention the calcium-3 as a generalized system model, in the way you were using it, it's not keyed off of those. Does that mean it's not keyed off of those year types?
No, it is keyed off those year types. The operational rules, especially relating to 1641, because it often explicitly call out on those year types to change levels of salinity requirements or things like that. Those years are called out, and the model reacts based on forecasted expectations of those year types, much like it is in real time.
So you would agree that the project impacts would be different in different year types?
Objection misstates testimony.
Mr. Reyes, you can respond and caveat as appropriate.
I think the model has outputs for different flow levels, different water quality, and things of that nature based on the year type that it's happening. And so those can be summarized in any form needed, but whether they have a different impact, I haven't looked at that.
Okay. Want to go to the climate change scenario that's discussed in the paragraph 32 of your testimony. Can you explain what is CIMP5 that you identify in paragraph 32?
And could you please pull up that my testimony, please?
That's page 14.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so this CMIP5 is a coupled model intercomparison project 5. So it's the 5th version of that set of global climate projections.
And do you know why CIMP5 was used in your analysis here?
It was the most up-to-date version of those projections at the time of the production of the FEIR.
And are you aware of the CIMP6 being available now?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us about what the advantages of CIMP6 may be?
As I stated earlier, I'm not an expert on climate change, but from my understanding, the CMIP6, I guess, expands on some of those global model projections, and some of them are updates. I'm unaware, or I'm unsure if they provide further context of climate change, but perhaps Dr. Draper can add to my understanding.
I think that's adequate for the purposes of my question. Thanks. Do you know when DWR first started using CIMP6 for other projects?
Not aware of an exact date, because we're a large organization, and I don't know who all uses what all the time, but for DCR 2023, which was produced in 2023, we updated to that CMIP6 because that is our goal, to use the most up-to-date science at the time. I mean, and available science, it's usable. Sometimes there's something new, but it hasn't been quite vetted yet, or sometimes not, it is available. But in that case, it was available.
Mm-hmm. In your testimony, you used the term best available quite a few times. Does that mean best available science in the context of your testimony?
To what are you referring?
Oh, you just mentioned, and I noticed in your testimony, you say best available quite a bit. You don't use the term best available science. And so I guess I'm just wondering what best available, the way you're using it in your testimony, would be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is there a specific place where you're saying I just say best available versus best available science? And I apologize for not having this memorized myself, but
you would think it might almost be by now, huh? Let's see. Best. I actually didn't see the term best available science in your testimony at all, Mr. Reyes, so that's kind of why I had the question.
Okay.
But for instance, on page 2, you mentioned line 6, best available technical tools.
Got it.
Toward the bottom, best available models. Then later tools. Yeah. And then, yeah, so yeah, I guess I was just curious what your definition of best available was, and if that in your mind is best available science or if it's something else.
Yeah, I think in my testimony, I'm speaking specifically about the tools, but the tools were developed using best available science.
And as we've kind of been discussing, looking at some of the updated models and whatnot, the tools change over time.
Yes, and that's what I mean by best available. Best available at the time.
And would it be possible to update to some of these more recent tools for the analysis of the tunnel?
Objection vague as to tools?
Using, just for example, just staying on the CIMP 5, using CIMP 6, for instance.
Would it be possible to analyze the project with CMIP 6 data versus CMIP 5 data?
Correct.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Well, I would say in our analysis of climate change projections, both under CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, looking at 2040 and even other projections, when we've analyzed with and without conditions, what we've observed is that generally the differential effects of that with and without case have been pretty consistent when using different climate change projections, whether it be because of CMIP 5 or CMIP 6 or because of different year projections. We found that to be pretty consistent. And so, you could analyze the project or any other with or without case using CMIP 6. But I think what we've observed is the differential change or the incremental change between a with and without project case have been pretty consistent.
So just to make sure I understand your answer, you're saying with and without project is pretty similar no matter whether you use CMIP 5 or 6, for example?
Yeah, that's been a general observation that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
That differential, the incremental difference between a with and without project.
And so you have looked at that?
We are developing a new report that will analyze different aspects of water project planning that we have that is looking at or is using CMIP 6. So it's still kind of all initial at the moment, but yes, we've looked at specific differences between the different climate change types, and just to see if we're still tracking what we've shown previously.
And that would be for the Delta Conveyance project as well?
Yes.
And has that been done with respect to the Ocean Protection Council guidance, looking at the 2018 guidance versus the 2024 guidance, for instance?
Yeah, we are updating our sea level rise projections based on the experts of the Ocean Protection Council, and they've got new guidance. So we'll update that as well.
And that's for the DCP as well.
Objection vague as to what element of the DCP? Are we talking about modeling or are we talking about design? It's very vague as to what the question is trying to address in terms of the update.
To clarify, yeah, I'm just talking about the model assumptions, right, with respect to sea level rise. Just, the modeling tools discussed here are using the 2018 guidance for sea level rise. There's now the 2024 sea level rise guidance. So I'm just asking if there's updated modeling being performed for the project using that 2024 sea level rise guidance.
There has been updated sea level rise guidance from the Ocean Protection Council, and so for future planning that we're doing for the department, we will update those as appropriate to represent the best available science.
And does that include the Delta Conveyance project or not?
So I was referencing a planning document that's to be released hopefully sometime this year that looks at a lot of different projects. And Delta Conveyance project is one of them, but it's not for it's not specific for Delta Conveyance project. It's a suite of different planning processes that we have.
And what's the name of that report?
It will be called the Climate Adaptation Plan.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, would this be a good time to break for lunch and I can try to slim down my questions? Or would you like
That's
to make it
fine.
longer?
I think that's fine, and I will look to the room. Ms. Carroll.
Yes, just before we leave for lunch, I wanted to clarify that Ms. Meserve had asked for all of the documents that our witnesses rely upon to be submitted. They have been. And the one she specifically was looking for from Mr. Reyes is AHO Exhibit 1030, which is an appendix to the final EIR. Also wanted to note that all of our witnesses will only be relying upon documents either submitted as DWR exhibits or AHO exhibits. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Before we break, are there other, well, here, let me just lay out where we are. I think Ms. Meserve, you may have some more questions. I have Ms. Tabor and Mr. Moore may have a few questions for this panel, and then I have a estimate of 45 minutes from Ms. Desjardins. So I think that's where we are in terms of cross, and I may have a few questions, but I don't think that would take very long. Just to give everyone a sense, and once we would complete cross, we would go through any redirect and recross if necessary, and then we would end our day. That's the general plan. Based on that layout, Ms. Carroll.
Apologies, did you give a estimate of time for Miss Lacey or Miss Tabor or Mr. Moore?
What I have from before was Ms. Tabor said 10 and Mr. Moore said 10 minutes, roughly. I mean, depending on whether any questions remain. And looking, Ms. Tabor, did you have an update to that, please? We can unmute Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. I have no more than 5 questions, so I would expect 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And Ms. Desjardins, if we can unmute Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you. I just, I had some cross-examination exhibits, which I did upload, and I wanted to make sure that they would be available. I did email the office.
We received them. Yes.
Okay,
we received them and
okay,
they are
great.
available. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is, I said 45 minutes to an hour, given sort of the slowness of, response, and also the number of objections by DWR. It might take me closer to an hour, at least for Ms. Meserve's cross. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. Are there any, let's see, I see a hand in the room. Mr. Moore, please, would you like to update us if we can unmute Mr. Moore?
Did the estimate before of 10 minutes. I will try to stay to that to be super conservative. I'll say 10 to 15, but if possible, I'll bring it in under 10. The reason I'm not entirely sure, and that I also wanted to mention, is that I sent a couple of exhibits, which depending on for use in cross-examination, which depending on how things go, I may or may not use. I was having some technical difficulties getting a confirmation that it loaded to the FTP site. I did email those. At least one of which may actually not be needed as an exhibit. But I just wanted you to be aware that that was emailed and that if it did work, might be on the FPP also.
I have, and thank you, Mr. Moore. I have confirmation that we at least received the email with the attachments, so we have them, and we will have them ready for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Tabor. Is that a residual hand or a new comment? I'm sorry.
It's a new comment.
Okay,
Can you
great.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Does DWR anticipate redirect? And if so, how long will it plan to spend on redirect?
Well, we haven't heard all the cross yet, but given that limitation,
Sure.
do you have an estimate, Ms. Carroll?
I don't have an estimate. Yes, we'll have one after we've heard cross. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Desjardins, do you have another follow-up?
I did want to say that one of the exhibits I uploaded was a technical appendix to exhibit DWR 204. And it seems like exhibit DWR 204 regarding the hydrology of the calcium model, the calcium 3 model, doesn't have the technical appendices. There aren't, I couldn't find the technical appendices in DWR's exhibits, and I wanted to confirm that they're not there.
Maybe that would be a task for over the lunch break. Well, we haven't seen the exhibit, but it sounds like if there are technical appendices to DWR 204, and I don't know what that is off the top of my head, and we can just confirm that it's not already in the administrative record, that would be helpful. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Moore.
Actually, could I just add one thing? The reason they're relevant is they provide the actual calibration that Mr. Reyes is testifying about. So it's a bit hand wavy to not have the actual appendices.
Well, I think we're going to verify whether the appendices are there. So let's get that far. All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And then Mr. Moore, it looks like that was a residual hand possibly, or no, you're back.
That was a false alarm. Yeah, it was just a glitchy hand lowering. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other matters we should address before we break for lunch? And if you would please stay in the room if you are able to, that helps us to reconvene more quickly. That would be quite helpful. Other than that, let's go ahead and go until 1 o'clock, and I will see you and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It is 1:01. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, Ms. Quincy, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I will give a brief introduction. Good afternoon. It's the afternoon of April 7th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. We're picking up in the afternoon portion of our day on the hearing with respect to the proposed Delta Conveyance project. We left off with cross-examination of DWR's panel 1 of witnesses, who I see have joined us back on screen here. And I see Ms. Carroll and I see Ms. Meserve. We left off with your questions, Ms. Meserve, so I will hand things back to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I do have a few more questions, but I will try to be expeditious. Thank you again, Mr. Reyes, for humoring us all with being available. I wanted to go back to the definition of best available science, and I did submit an exhibit into the Contra Costa County FTP site called 2015 BAS, if it would be possible, Ms. Mullen, to bring that up.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Might just take us a moment. Sounds like, team, we need to move over a document from the FTP site.
If it's better in the future, I can email it. I had just understood last week to be that we should put it in the FTP.
I think the FTP, well, look at that. Looks like they're prepared. So.
Amazing. Thank you. And this, Mr. Reyes, is an appendix to the Delta plan prepared by the Delta Stewardship Council. And could you scroll down to the next page, please? I think it gets to, maybe it's on page 3. Right here, it gets into the definition of best available science. Mr. Reyes, are you familiar at all with the Delta Plan's definition of best available science?
No, I can't say I've read this document.
Okay. So in preparing your testimony, it was not with reference to a definition in the Delta plan?
No, not in reference to this. I think I use it a little bit more generally in terms of it's a principle that drives our model development, where, you know, we're an organization that likes to look outside ourselves and see what developments in science are representative of best knowledge, best practices, and also we have the other qualifying factor of that, you know, they need to be implementable. And so those are just principles that drive our development of our models.
And if we could please scroll to the next page. There's a list of, and sorry about the quality here, but if maybe zoom in a little bit. Would you agree, Mr. Reyes, you can see here there's 6 factors that are listed here that are part of the definition being used by the Delta Stewardship Council. And one of them is timeliness. Does that sound like an important criteria to you?
I mean, I think as qualities generically, you know, just looking at the left sort of column criteria, you know, I think those all fit into what I was describing. But yeah, I haven't read through that exact paragraph that describes it. Would you like me to?
That's all right. No, I just was just wanted to look into this timeliness issue. But we can put that down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So in thinking about the 2018 sea level rise report that you reference in paragraph 34, Do you think that 2018 report is timely at this time?
Objection, relevance, the witness already testified that it was at the time that the EIR was prepared, not at this time today.
Overruled. Mr. Reyes can respond for as you see appropriate.
Yeah, I was describing the climate change assumptions used in the FEIR, which was prepared in 2021. And at the time, those were the most up-to-date projections provided by the Ocean Protection Council.
And just thinking about the EIR date and then where we are today in 2025, is the perceived necessity to be consistent with the EIR, is that outweighing the ability to try to have the analysis be timely in this instance?
Yeah, I'm not maybe sure I'm understanding your definition of timely. I tend to think of it as being like completing a task on time, so maybe you could define it better for me so I could understand maybe the context of your question.
Sure. Yeah, I think in this context, just thinking back to what's in the criteria we were looking a moment ago, is that the scientific information should be applicable to the current situation, is the way I'm thinking of timeliness. And so hence that was why I was just curious about the balancing that you may have done in determining that it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, was more important to be consistent with the prior analysis in the EIR than to use more current methodology.
Yeah, I was merely describing the tools that were used at the time of the preparation of the FER.
And then you're familiar with the 2023 SWP delivery capability report?
Yes.
And it was prepared under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could we look at DWR 0111, which is the delivery report? And on page 81, when we get to it, has some comments from members of the public on their PDF, page 81. Do you recall this issue coming up in the comments? I know it goes back a couple years. Go ahead and take a look at comment 1. Oop, yeah. And maybe just, if you don't mind scrolling down just a tiny bit more. There you go.
Yes, I'm familiar with this response.
And can you read from you see the part there where it says down kind of toward the bottom of the frame, we're looking at the extreme sea level rise used in the draft GIR is higher than the levels best available science now supports. You see that part?
Hang on a second.
Sorry, there's not line numbers.
Oh, okay.
And do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I know that the 2024 Ocean Protection Council guidance has a different projection, and it's reduced considerably. I think they're a couple of things. I think in terms of their risk category, also and then the associated projections of sea level rise have also changed.
And do you think that using a different version of that would using the 2024 version that is now considered best available science according to the SWP report we're reading here, would that affect the water quality outputs of the models that you discuss in your testimony?
Calls for speculation.
State's testimony outside the scope of this witness's testimony as well.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Frankly, I was going to ask the same question. So you can caveat Mr. Reyes if, as necessary.
Okay, I guess, yeah, I want to understand, is it, you're asking about the baseline?
I'm asking about whether in your experience having a significantly reduced sea level rise assumption for the 2040 and 2070 timeframes that are discussed in these two reports we're comparing, do you think that would affect the water quality outputs from the models?
Generally, if you have a reduced sea level rise assumption, which again, these are projections as to what sea level rise might be at a future condition. If you have a reduced projection, generally, you would have less seawater intrusion, which would imply improved ocean, I guess, salt transport, but perhaps my colleague Eli can add to that.
Well, one addition that I would make to that is that sometimes the effect of greater sea level rise is to increase salinity, and other times it is an increased water cost of complying with the same salinity. It sort of depends on the season and which site you're looking at. So I don't know if you could be more specific about where we would be talking about. It'd be easier to make an assessment.
So it could just keeping on the general, it could require additional releases from storage to maintain salinity. Is that one of the things it might require?
It is a possibility that salinity compliance would be more costly in terms of water cost. Generally, in this range that we're speaking of, it's a fairly linear transition. This would all be in an area that's not highly nonlinear.
And I just want to also, make sure I provide the context of if you're assuming reduced sea level rise, then that it is generally not correlated to more reservoir releases. Just to, it's increasing sea levels are what might do that. And so the 2024 OPC guidance has gone down from what they had previously projected back in 2018.
And I believe it's in your testimony that one of the purposes of the project from DWR's perspective is to address climate change.
Could you repeat the question?
I'm just looking back for the specific. I'm not sure it's addressed in your testimony, but would you agree that one of the purposes stated by DWR for this project is to address climate change, like including sea level rise?
So you don't excuse me. You haven't found something in my testimony that's saying that. Is that right?
I did not. Not just now.
Excuse me. Yeah. I think the Delta Conveyance project, the way it's designed, and again, I have not worked on this, but it provides flexibility to the state water project operations that could help aid in conditions that change due to climate change.
And the condition that was included in the model that you've discussed was this H++, which is it correct that that's an extreme sea level rise scenario that is unlikely given the current guidance from OPC?
What was studied in the FEIR was the guidance for an extreme risk category or extreme risk avoidance category that was consistent with the intake structures being critical infrastructure. Since that time of the production of the 2018 Ocean Protection Council guidance, they've released new guidance that has reduced the level of sea level rise projected, and also I think they've modified the categories so that there is an extreme risk aversion category. Yeah, and Dr. Attella was just.
I just wanted to add that these are sea level rise increments that we put in as part of assessing the flow salinity response curves, which then go into calcium. But there is, I guess there's kind of a disconnect because this is the sea level component of it, but there's also, that's just a small aspect of climate resiliency. I just want to note that it's not, because I think you were using the language climate change and we've been using the words sea level rise, and those are not synonymous. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Thinking about the guidance for critical infrastructure, Mr. Reyes, as we mentioned as we discussed earlier, this infrastructure is designed to be built so that it would be able to withstand the sea level rise in the H++ scenario, correct? In that, according to your testimony.
Could you point out that part of my testimony that says that?
Sure.
I want to make sure I understand the question.
I believe, and we could go, if we could go please back to DWR 600, and it's on page 15. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. I believe. It was there. I think what my question is, and I was trying to get at before as well, Mr. Reyes, is there's a few things going on here. There's the actual construction, the facility itself and how it is located on the river. And that is what I'm saying is the design is that it would be able to withstand the sea level rise at that H++ level. Isn't that right?
I think to my understanding, it was designed, like I say there, the preliminary design of DCP facilities is based on, I think, the H++ scenario. Yes.
Is it your understanding that, and then as you discussed, and I think Mr. Atelovich was just getting to that, the water quality modeling also included or assumed the H++ scenario. And my question is, do you think that the guidance in the Ocean Protection Council 2018 was with respect to issues like modeling water quality?
Calls for speculation.
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
I think that's fair. Ms. Meserve, can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure, I guess, and it's up here in the testimony here on, I guess this is page 15, line 6, it says guidance recommends inclusion of the H++ scenario for planning critical infrastructure. And I guess my question is, when I looked at the page that we looked at early on in your testimony, it looked like it was talking about how to actually site the project, the physical project. And I'm wondering, when you refer to the guidance, are you interpreting it to mean it's also telling you how to analyze something like water quality?
Objection, misstate.
I think the objection was misstates testimony. I'm going to overrule that. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes, if you can answer this and clarify what you mean by this sentence. I think it's fair to ask what this sentence means in your testimony and how you understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, those are different things. I would just say that we studied H++, and we're analyzing the water quality effects of H++ in the FEIR. And, that is something that can be done with these models. I don't know if I have an opinion on if the guidance of the Ocean Protection Council, intended it to not be a study of water quality.
So, because yeah, you say guidance recommends inclusion, and I guess, so are you not sure whether that guidance of the OPC is telling you about what you should be analyzing for purposes of water quality?
Yeah, I don't believe it limits you to analyzing water quality.
Because we're talking about a structure that is not built yet, right? And the 2018 guidance at least talks about high consequence projects and appears to be talking about how to site them. But I just want to know if you're interpreting the guidance differently. There's no citation in here about what where you are referring to for that.
Yeah, I think it was
Is there a question, Ms. Meserve?
I was going to say.
Is there a site? I mean, I guess, can you point me to the guidance that would tell you to analyze the water quality implications of an extremely unlikely scenario that's been dismissed by the state water project report that we just looked at that you helped author.
Yeah, so okay, I was focused in on the guidance, and then now you brought in the the DCR. Is that right? Did you mention that just now?
Yes, well, we looked at the answer to the comment, right, which said it was no longer best available science. So yeah. Can you explain why you used H++ for water quality?
Yeah, as I stated previously, the guidance to use H++ was the best available guidance at the time of the preparation of the FEIR, which is what I'm referring to in my testimony, is the FEIR models that were used there when I'm describing climate change.
And it was not, and the analysis was not updated for the information submitted for this change petition.
That, I think, is a question for panel 2.
The model, let's say the model was not updated for this petition, is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
So the specifics of models used for this hearing, in terms of what I mean is the specifics of the actual applications, those results will be covered by panel 2, and they'll actually, the assumptions of those models are going to be covered by panel 2. And so I'm speaking more generally about the tools and their capabilities and their appropriate use.
Thank you. Just one last question. I think you touched on it a bit before, but I just wasn't sure I understood the answer. This has to do with the dry bias that you mentioned. We can take this down, please. Or well, maybe we should go to, I'm sorry, page 10. Let's keep them. I should keep it up there. I guess that might help. On page 10 of your testimony, Mr. Reyes, you talk about there being a dry bias in the calibrated model. And I was just, let's see, what line is that? I think it might be down just a little bit. Line 16. Okay. And I was just wondering, does that mean that the model predicts lower EC than would occur in real life?
Based on the calibrations, which are comparing a simulated EC to an observed EC in aggregate, I think when we're talking about that calibration, as I say, all in all, the current calibration outperformed the previous calibration. However, there was a dry bias, meaning yes, there's a slight underprediction in the calibrated model. And that's speaking generally.
And then the salinity standards that Mr. Cho was showing you from table 2 earlier today, they apply in real life, meaning that if the Western Delta is saltier, then DWR has to release more water to meet the standards than the model simulated, right?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Well, let's start with the models, the salinity standards, and I believe it was table 2. They apply in real life, right?
I guess the way I look at it is if the model is under predicting to some degree an observed EC when we run it in planning mode, that under prediction is there in terms of the standard and as well as our ability to meet that standard. And so in terms of the call on what the water supply needed to meet a standard, I think that has undergone review from our operators, and I think it is to that level that it's been vetted.
And so if the Western Delta would be saltier than the model predicts, DWR has to release more water to meet the standard than was simulated, right?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Can you expound on that, Ms. Morris? Which parts?
The question is assuming a number of facts that Ms. Meserve has not established in the record, and therefore is an incomplete hypothetical, as well as assuming things that she has not been able to establish with the witness or through other documents.
Okay, the objections are noted, but you can go ahead and respond, Mr. Reyes.
So yeah, if you could please describe the scenario that you're describing in maybe a little bit more detail.
Sure, I will try. It was meant to be a relatively straightforward and not very detailed question, but it was just that we talked about the dry bias and that it was predicting lower EC than actually may occur given your calibration exercises, it sounds like. So it was simply just whether at that point, if that did occur, more water would need to be released than the model had simulated.
Vague and ambiguous as to the time when the dry bias occurred. Again, incomplete hypothetical.
Do you need more information, Mr. Reyes, to answer that?
I do, yes, because it depends on the time of year, what these flows are, what these salinities are. You need a lot of information to determine if you need more flow.
In general, can DWR operate to match the model's predictions?
I mean, calibration it tends to be, we're trying to do the other way around. We're trying to match observations with our with our simulations, and we try to improve those simulations through our calibration process. I don't know of the operations trying to match modeling.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meserve. And thank you to our witnesses. I know it's been a long 2 days so far. With that in my list, I am looking to Ms. Tabor. If we could please, if you don't mind raising your hand, and we will move you up to a panelist here. Good afternoon, Ms. Tabor. I understand you have questions for these witnesses.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yes, I do. To the panel, I'm Kelly Tabor, and I am here representing Byron Bethany Irrigation District, the City of Stockton, and several other parties, as I mentioned at the start of the hearing. Thank you for being here today and answering my questions. My first questions, I believe, are properly directed to Dr. Draper. So I'll start there. Dr. Draper, in Mr. Herrick's cross-examination last Thursday, there was a dialogue regarding whether the calcium model tool knows the maximum amount of water that can be diverted under the state water project permits. Do you recall that?
I recall that conversation, yes.
Okay. And your answer was that calcium incorporates allocation logic and non-discretionary operations. And you further stated that it's possible to look at post-processing analysis to check to make sure no water right permits have been violated. Do you recall that answer?
The general gist of your summary, I recall.
Okay. Has DWR performed a post-processing analysis to determine if modeled DCP diversions would violate the state water project water right permits?
I can't answer that. You're asking me about the legal conditions attached to those permits and whether DWR has undertaken any post-processing analysis to look at the legal implications of those permits. I do not know.
Okay. Thank you. Who would know if that post-processing analysis has been done to your knowledge?
Within DWR, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else on the panel know the answer to that question? Mr. Reyes?
Yeah, I'm unaware as well, but I think that might be a question that might be better answered by panel 2.
Okay. Just to wrap this up, for any of the panelists, did anyone from DWR consult with any of you about the possibility of preparing a post-processing analysis to determine if the modeled DCP diversions would violate the state water project water right permits?
Objection outside the scope of this panel, as this panel is only pertaining to modeling tools and did not conduct the analysis, the modeling analysis for the DCP.
The questions are fair on cross-examination and for case in chief that are outside of the scope of the written testimony. So I'm not sure which panelist would like to go first. But.
Very broad. Sorry. Very broadly, we do not represent every single permit condition, not necessarily attached to the CVP or SWP within the model domain. And we have conducted post-processing analysis to see, is it necessary to include all of these specific water right conditions, or can they be met through generalized rule codes? And in general, in Calcin 3, we use generalized rule curves, which are used by not just DWR and reclamation, but local water agencies to operate those reservoirs. So we have done some post-processing analysis to look at whether water rights are being adhered to. It's just with respect to the state water project and exports from the Delta, I don't know what analysis has been done. I'm not in a position to tell you who at DWR asked that question other than panel 2.
Thank you, Dr. Draper. Mr. Reyes or Dr. Atelovich, did you have anything to add to Dr. Draper's comments?
I have not performed analysis looking at whether DCP is adhering to those permit terms. I think that you're speaking of water rights terms. So no, I have not.
Okay, and no one consulted with you about the methodology for doing such an analysis?
No.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I would like to clarify something that I said on the previous day's hearing. We have a lot of the constraints in the model so that we adhere on a monthly basis the conditions of water right permits and biological opinions. I think the specific case that was being raised was whether there was an annual volume associated with a water right permit that we were modeling, that we had implemented in Calcin 3. So I was addressing that one aspect of a water right permit. There are, of course, there are lots of conditions that we directly model in Calcin 3 on a monthly basis.
Thank you, Dr. Abram. And that is my understanding of the dialogue as well. So just to make sure I understood it, all of it, is it correct that the DCP modeling tools used in this hearing do not impose any limits on the state water project diversions based on DWR's water rights aside from the diversion rate?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, asked and answered.
Overruled. I think this is the question with respect to the modeling assumptions. At least that's how I understood
That is correct, Hearing Officer Kinsey. And if I can be more specific, my question is both, I'm interested in the general answer, whether there are any limits, but also whether there are volumetric limits. And I'd like Dr. Draper to respond to that question. If I need to rephrase it, I'm happy to do so.
I could testify to the base model rather than the assumptions for diversions at the proposed North Delta diversion. But in the base model, there is no annual limit that we impose from a water right perspective on exports from the Delta.
Thank you. Okay. And I'm not sure if this is the right question for this panel. You may tell me it's panel 2, but is it also correct that the models were not modified in any way to impose any limits on state water project diversions based on DWR's water rights other than the diversion rate?
For this specific analysis, for the analysis conducted in FEIR?
Correct.
Did we change the model for the Delta Conveyance project to add additional water right permit constraints?
Correct.
No, we did not.
Okay. Thank you. I think this next question is properly directed to Mr. Reyes. I'm following up on a similar question asked by Mr. Cho. Mr. Reyes, was salinity at the City of Stockton's drinking water intake at Empire Tract analyzed for purposes of calcium 3 calibration for the Delta Conveyance project?
So Calcin 3 has an emulator of salinity and flow salinity via a tool that we call the artificial neural network. And it does not have a calibration in that specific to the location that you mentioned. But it is a station within DSM-2, and the artificial neural network is trained upon the DSM-2 model. And so I think my colleague, Dr. Telovich, could speak to any calibrations in that vicinity.
I'm afraid I don't recall the details about Stockton. I recognize it as a station name, but I don't know whether it was in the validation report or not.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. One more, I apologize. I have a few extra questions than I identified before lunchtime, just based on Ms. Meserve's cross. A few more questions for Mr. Reyes, sorry. Mr. Reyes, in your testimony that you discussed with Ms. Meserve, and I don't remember the PDF page number, but it was paragraph 34, line 11, and afterwards, you stated the DCP preliminary design is based on 10.2 feet of sea level rise, correct? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry. Could we please pull up my testimony for, so it's
Sure.
DWR 600. Yeah, and it's page 15.
Thank you. Yes, this was, so I think we need to scroll down
Scroll
because I was just looking at Ms. Meserves. There we go. Yeah, so line 11, the preliminary design, if you could read that sentence.
Yeah, the preliminary design of the DCP facilities is based on 10.2 feet sea level rise at the Golden Gate Bridge.
Thank you. Is the my question, Mr. Reyes, is the DCP design being revised from the preliminary design that you mentioned in your testimony in light of the 1.8 feet of sea level rise scenario?
So any changes in design, that's outside of my expertise, but I will note that the 10.2 is, and you see in my testimony, it says this increase corresponds to the H++ scenario at 2100 for a medium high risk aversion scenario. The 1.8 feet that we mentioned is at 2040, and it's for an extreme risk aversion scenario. So two different levels of sea level rise that we're discussing there.
Thank you. That's helpful. Is the preliminary design that you describe in your testimony capable of operating under a scenario involving only 1.8 feet of sea level rise?
Could you provide me maybe a little bit more information about your
I
question?
don't know that, yeah, sure, I'll try, but here's what I'm thinking. The intake design, which has received a incidental take permit, it was, if I understand your testimony, designed based on 10.2 feet of sea level rise at the Golden Gate Bridge. And my question, because I don't know anything about engineering, is whether that design that was the subject of the ITP, presumably the ITP permit, the design you describe in your testimony, I assume those are the same things, is that capable of operating in a scenario involving much lower level of sea level rise?
Yes, that's my understanding, that it would be able to operate to levels lower than that high risk aversion, the medium to high risk aversion in 2100.
Okay. And Mr. Reyes, are you testifying as DWR's expert on the design of these facilities as it relates to sea level rise?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And which DWR witness, if you know, will be testifying as to those matters?
I believe that'll be covered in panel 5.
Okay. I'll look to their testimony. Thank you. I don't have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And I believe next I have Mr. Moore. If we would please bring Mr. Moore up to the panel. And Mr. Moore, you're welcome. There we are. Do you have questions for these witnesses?
I do, and I will, although there's been a lot of ground covered, and I don't have a transcript to refer to, I'll do my best to be efficient in my time. And I'll note that at the outset, my questions will be directed to Mr. Reyes, as they are chiefly referring to elements of his testimony and things that are referred to or come up in reference to it. But in responding, of course, the other witnesses can, if the situation is appropriate, weigh in as well, as long as it's clearly identified that they're the ones doing that. So I would like to begin by bringing up the Mr. Reyes's testimony, DWR 600. Thanks, much appreciated. And let's begin by going to page 2 and paragraph 3. And in this paragraph, there's a sentence referring to calcium 3 and DSM 2 that says, and I'm quoting here, these models represent the best available technical tools for purposes of evaluating the changes from Delta Conveyance Project operations. DCP, the acronym, is used in the quote. My question is, what, if any, other tools were considered for use and rejected for the DCP? I believe the witness is on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, could you please point me to the line that you're referring to? Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, could you point me out to that, please? Okay, sorry. These models represent the best available technical tools. Yes.
And Mr. Moore, you're on mute. I don't know if you realize that.
So I would say for there's not too many tools that are, in my opinion, good at simulating and it's my opinion that, yeah, simulating and representing operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project are pretty difficult to do. There is a tool that the board has called SAC-WAM that roughly represents the similar area as calcium 3. But it is my opinion that the representation of the State Water Project operations and Central Valley Project operations in that tool are not to the same quality that the calcium 3 model is. And so for representing those operations, which are critical for representing the effects of the Delta Conveyance project, calcium 3 was selected as the best available tool.
Okay, and are there any specific qualities that you can point to that you would identify as a main difference?
I didn't catch that last part of what you said.
You refer to qualities in which you think that these models are superior. I'm wondering if you can give an example or one or two examples of what those qualities might be.
Yeah, representing the State Water Project operations is specifically what I'm referring to in terms of, developing reservoir balancing north to south, in terms of representing allocations to project contracts, things of that nature are superior in calcium 3 than they are to SAC-WAM.
Thank you. Now let's go to paragraph 4 on the same page. And I'm looking at, I think, lines 19 through 21, where it says calcium 3 and DSM 2 models are typically continuously updated to reflect the most recent physical and regulatory conditions. I'm not quite sure what you mean by typically. Can I infer from that there are some periods in which the updates that you described do not occur or have not occurred?
I think generally we will always try to update these models to represent, the most up-to-date information that we have, but sometimes there is a lag, in terms of just developing and refining the tool. And I think that's what I mean by typically is, we do update them, but it's not gonna, like if you hear about there's a new regulation that is being planned, it doesn't mean the model automatically has it. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in integrating those changes into our models, especially for calcium, because it has to operate to it. And there's one thing to change, let's say, a regulation or have a new standard, but how the model is able to have the projects operate to that new standard, sometimes there's some lag to that.
Okay, and recognizing that you are presenting the models that's distinct from the model results, I want to focus on the first of those. Are you aware of any circumstances for DCP where that was where it was the case that the updates that you were referring to in that sentence did not occur, or stretches where there were no updates at all?
Objection vague as to DCP modeling.
Can you be more specific, Mr. Moore?
In the use of DCP in this project, the use of the models for DCP in this project, are you aware of any specific segments of time in which there were no updates at all?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to segments of time.
The updates I'm referring to are about regulatory conditions, if that helps, as distinct from physical.
Well, allow the question, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, so in terms of, this line that you're seeing there, I'm referring to the FEIR, and it's saying it's reflecting the best available model at the time. So at the time these were submitted back in 2021, they reflected the operations that were known at that time. And so since then, yeah, I'm aware that like this year, there are new LTO and ITP type of modifications to regulatory conditions that have happened. But I'm speaking about the FEIR, and so I was reflecting that those were the best available models at the time, and they represented the operations that were consistent with the time period of the submittal of the FEIR.
And what is there any required minimum period of time in which there must be some regulatory update?
I'm not, necessarily a regulatory legal expert, so I don't know sometimes the turnaround on when permits need to be submitted or things of that nature. So I wouldn't know.
Well, I'm not asking you for a legal opinion about the content of the regulatory updates. I'm just trying to understand the process better, in part because I'm still not clear on what you mean by continuously here. Let me ask it this way. these updates on regulatory conditions, are they provided to you or your staff in writing?
Well, generally, yeah, if there's an update in a regulation, it's spelled out similar to what you saw with D1641, where it's written out in a decision, or it's
And
written out in a regulation,
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
it depends on the regulatory agency. And
Provides these updates? Do regulatory agencies themselves provide them directly, or are they from DWR staff, legal counsel? You tell me.
Objection, again, vague and ambiguous as to what modeling runs we're talking about, what regulatory updates we're talking about. Also, I don't know if Mr. Moore is getting at what continuous means, but I feel like we're confusing again a base model and the modeling as a tool versus how you implement new assumptions into the modeling as a tool.
Mr. Moore, maybe one way can we go at this is to use a specific example. I don't know if you can find, if you know of one, or if Mr. Reyes may know of one, that you would consider a regulatory update that you're talking about.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Reyes, are you aware of any single regulatory update that occurred during the process leading up to the certification of the final EIR, and from whom you received it and how it was recorded? Mr. Reyes, you're on. There you go.
as I stated previously, the FEIR was filed in 2021. And to my mind, and perhaps my colleagues can augment what I say, but at the time, I think in 2020, there was an updated BIOP from the federal fish agencies. There was, I believe, an update to the coordinated operations agreement. And so those are like updates that are happening in real time, outside of the planning for the Delta Conveyance project. And as those happen, they get included, as can be. And, it all depends on sometimes the submittal of these things. And in terms of, those regulatory agencies, they set rules often written down like we're looking at for water rights decision 1641. And our operators, work with those regulatory agencies to interpret how they are going to meet those regulations. And then the modeling folks, meet with our operators to see how best to simulate those in our simulation model.
And in the course of DWR applying these models to the DCP, did it look at whether did it just input the regulatory requirements and assume that they will be met for modeling purposes? Or did it look at evidence about whether DWR has met regulatory conditions at all?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm simply asking about whether he looked at evidence, not on the correctness of the legal conclusion.
Objection vague as to evidence.
I think the question is clear enough. You can follow up, Mr. Reyes, if you don't understand it.
Yeah, I think I need some more context to that question.
Let's move on. Let's go to paragraph 7. the first sentence, which is on lines 8 through 9. CalSIM 3 uses predefined or generalized rules to approximate regulatory requirements like State Water Resources Control Board Decision 1641, D 1641. What do you mean here by predefined rules? Is that any different from just applying a rule?
Yeah, I think what we mean is, or what I mean there is D 1641, sometimes there's different ways to meet um, regulatory objectives, and the way that CalSIM 3 programs these rules in is, there are these conditions that dictate what rules come into play, and looking at, is it driven by water year type? What is the objective, and if it's salinity, is it outflow? And so these are all programmed in as generalized rules to approximate the same regulations under 1641 that our operators adhere to.
Okay, thanks. And you referred in what you just said, as you do in the text, to generalized rules. What is a generalized rule as distinct from a rule?
I think what I mean here is that it would follow, given the same conditions, it would follow the exact same process to come up with, meeting a regulatory objective as defined. Whereas real time, there may be, like, if, as an example, if you're meeting an outflow requirement that's changing, or let me change that. Let's say there's a salinity requirement that we envision coming online. And it requires flow in a certain area. You could, there's some knobs to turn for the operators. They can reduce exports, or they could increase reservoir releases. And, there's some discretion on how they do that in real time. In our model, it's pretty much follow just like a recipe on how to meet these regulations.
Do you know whether DWR has submitted any testimony or evidence in this proceeding on whether it has actually complied with D 1641? I'm not asking whether it did as a matter of law, just if you are aware whether any such evidence has been submitted.
Objection. Relevance outside the scope of this panel.
Overruled.
Yes, I'm unaware if there's been testimony submitted to that.
Do you know whether any decisions of the state board have at some point addressed the subject of whether or not DWR complied with decision 1641?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for his legal conclusion on the subject, just if he's aware if there has been any such order.
Overruled.
Yeah, I'm unaware.
So I assume from that you are not aware. If I were to tell you that in Water Rights Order 2006-006 issued on February 5th, 2006, the state board issued a cease and desist order directing DWR to remedy violations of D 1641. that's not something that you're familiar with?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
If that is an accurate conclusion, if that is an accurate summary, is that something you're not aware of?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any specific water rights decisions like that.
Do you know whether the state board staff have considered at any point whether compliance with D1641 would be sufficient to protect beneficial uses in Sacramento River and Delta watersheds?
Objection calls for speculation, also calls for legal conclusion.
Mr. Moore, where are you going with this line of questioning? I'm just not sure you're going to get a lot from this particular witness.
This witness has affirmatively raised D1641 as part of his description of the modeling framework for evaluating DCP. And we believe very strongly that DWR's history relating to that compliance is relevant, and that it's also relevant to the matters that are presented in the hearing notices for this proceeding. So I'll try to be more efficient in getting to the point on it, but
Okay.
that's where I'm going with it.
Thank you. And I think here we need you to restate the question again.
Do you know whether at any point state board staff has taken up the subject of whether complying with decision 1641 would be adequately protective of Delta watersheds?
Objection calls for speculation, hearsay.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, I'm going to sustain that objection. I don't think that's an appropriate question for this Mr. Ray's area of expertise. I think
I can make it much more concrete by referring to another document that I would like to pull up. It was what I'm hoping Ms. Mullen can pull up is the July 31st, 2024 notice of public hearing in this proceeding. I doubt you need it as one of our exhibits since it's one of the hearing notices, but I did email it today if that helps to make it available.
Thank you. We should be able to get that up.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is there a particular page, Mr. Moore, that you would like?
Yes, I'd like to go to page 6, the 4th paragraph. And there's a line in that 4th paragraph. Since D1641 was adopted, populations of native aquatic species have significantly declined. Do you happen to know if that's a premise that DWR accepts?
Objection. The document speaks for itself.
I understood the question to be whether Mr. Ray's has an understanding as to whether DWR agrees with that statement.
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know is a possible response. I don't think it requires speculation. It's I think a fairly simple question.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't think I'm qualified to speak for DWR in its entirety.
In the same paragraph, there's a sentence that says, in 2017, the State Water Board completed a scientific basis report that concluded that existing flows and regulatory requirements in the Bay Delta Plan for the Sacramento River and Delta are insufficient to reasonably protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses, and cites to exhibit AHO-1. Are you familiar with the 2017 scientific basis report?
I mean, I'm familiar with the title. I don't know exactly what that exhibit AHO-1 is, and whether it's different than my understanding. But generally, yeah, I think I'm aware of the basis report.
And are you aware of whether DWR in this proceeding is accepting the conclusions in that basis report or not?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Continuing on in that paragraph, there's a reference to another report of state board staff. And it says, in 2023, the board completed a draft staff report in support of Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, referencing Exhibit AHO-3, that assess a range of alternatives for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. And the latter is referred to as AHO-2. Are you familiar with that draft staff report?
I have not read it, but I am familiar with its existence.
Are you aware that in that report, the state board staff is reviewing alternatives for an update to a portion of the Bay Delta plan that is the subject of D1641?
Yeah, I think I'm aware of a general update to the Bay Delta Plan or Water Quality Control Plan.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on in that same section on page 6, there's a passage that says, the 2023 draft staff report evaluates an alternative based on State Board staff's July 2018 framework, AHO-3, that includes a 55% of unimpaired flow objective with an adaptive range from 45 to 60% from Sacramento Delta tributaries and associated Delta outflows, as well as other provisions. Do I understand your testimony correctly that the modeling done for DCP that DWR relied on was based on D 1641, and that there wasn't an attempt to see how the DCP impacts would apply if this proposed alternative on flow requirements were used.
Objection, relevance also misstates testimony.
I was reading directly from the AHO's description in the July 31st, 2024 staff report. So I'm sorry if I missed a word or two, but the but the question was supposed to simply refer to the precise language that was used there. And I'm simply trying to find out whether it I'm trying to verify that there wasn't an attempt to apply that to the modeling for the DCP.
Fair enough. If you can answer, Mr. Reyes, that's for you.
As these draft plans that you mentioned here, being that they're in draft form, no, I don't believe that we have models that were used for the DCP, definitely not in the FEIR, and I don't believe we have models with these draft plans assumed as regulatory as a regulatory framework. Not to my knowledge. Do we have that?
Thank you. Now, continuing on still the same page, the July 31st, 2024 notice of public hearing also refers to a second alternative that was evaluated in this 2023 staff report that is based on so-called proposed voluntary agreement. Am I correct in assuming that there was also no attempt to model the DCP, how the DCP would work under the context of that proposed voluntary agreement?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which model runs we are discussing. Again, this panel is presenting the base tools, and the modeling assumptions and results are specifically outlined for the DCP analysis in panel 2.
Again, I'm not asking about any modeling results. I'm simply asking this witness who affirmatively referred to D1641 as the context about whether alternatives that are actively under consideration by state board staff were incorporated into the modeling too.
That's tracks your prior question. So go ahead, please, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, as I stated previously, my testimony covers the modeling for the FEIR and then also generally for these tools, CalSIM 3 and DSM2 as tools that are the best available tools and tools that have the capability to show effects analysis of supply, water quality, water levels, and the sort.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you weren't done, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind me finishing. And so to that end, that's what I'm speaking to. And so in the FEIR, because it was submitted in 2021. It does not have any updated information for voluntary agreement type of operations. But I think panel 2 will cover the models that were used for these hearings and their assumptions. And so I think that's probably where that question is probably best asked.
Apologize for having to raise this, but I cannot hear the witness. I don't know if others can.
I can, so that may be, and I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, it may be a problem on your end because he's coming through the Zoom from our end. Can you hear me? That would be one question. Mr. Moore, are you able to hear me?
You were cutting out, although not as much as the witness. And I'm sorry,
it may be difficulty with your connection because I think we are all experiencing an okay connection, but let me know. Maybe you should try your question again.
Yeah, I was simply trying to find out whether there was a particular reason why DWR decided not to model for either of the alternatives mentioned in the 2023 draft staff report.
And I believe that's intended as a question, Mr. Reyes. So we'll put a question mark at the end.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore. In all this back and forth, I think I lost the question. Would you mind asking that again?
Sure, I'll try to make it simpler. So I just referred in sequence to the two alternatives that State Board staff is evaluated in this 23 document that was referred to, Exhibit AH02. And you indicated that the modeling for the DCP that we're talking about here did not include further attempts to see how that would work under those alternatives. My question was, why didn't DWR do that?
Objection misstates testimony and the current record before the AHO.
Which part, Ms. Morris?
I think there's an issue here because we're talking about the base modeling, but there is modeling that has voluntary agreements included in it, and those modeling assumptions are part of panel 2. And so it is incorrect to state that the record and DWR did not model the voluntary agreements. That is an incorrect statement.
Mr. Moore, do you want to rephrase your question?
I actually want to refer to a different exhibit. Can we pull up DWR exhibit 202, the calcium 3 hydrologic and systems operations modeling? You know what, my apologies for just reversing course here. I don't think we actually need to, I think that what's in the document will be clear enough later. So I think in the interest of time, I won't go to that. I'll just move on to something else. Mr. Reyes, in your professional opinion, is it reasonable to evaluate future hydrologic conditions for the DCP without doing some kind of sensitivity analysis for regulatory changes in the Bay Delta water quality requirements?
So in my professional opinion, I think it's highly speculatory to conceive of future regulatory regimes or environments, especially in a proceeding like this. So, you know, I think at times a different regulatory framework can be examined, but those rules have to be laid out by uh, a party that is seeking these objectives. And so for DWR to speculate what a future regulation might be, just in my professional opinion, seems uh, not a way to speculate about future conditions. So we have limited our changes to future conditions to things like climate change, which there's good scientific agreement that rising temperatures will likely cause changes in hydrologic events going forward.
Do you have any professional opinion about whether it was speculative for state board staff to evaluate those two alternatives in the 2023 staff report?
Objection calls for speculation.
I just asked if he has an opinion. If he doesn't, he's welcome to answer that.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Moore. Let's move forward.
Okay. I'd like to pull up the document that I've been referring to for a while, AHO -2, the September 2023 draft staff report. And if we could go to, I think it's page 1-9 of the report, but it's on page 82 of the PDF.
Is there a particular part of the page we should zoom in on?
Yes, and I'm sorry, my eyesight isn't good enough to make out precisely where it is, but I have the text. It's average regulatory minimum delta outflows are only about 5 million acre feet, or about a third of current average outflows, and less than 20% of average unimpaired outflows.
So I see that in the middle of the last paragraph. So if we can zoom in 1 or 2 clicks more, maybe, Ms. Mullen. Good. There we go. Thank you.
My question for the witness, are you already familiar with the fact that this report had the conclusion that I just read?
Yes, I like I stated earlier, I don't believe I've read through this. Is this a draft report you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I have not read through this draft report.
I was asking before about your opinion, your professional opinion about whether it was reasonable or prudent to evaluate the DCP without some sort of sensitivity analysis for regulatory changes. If the sentence that I describe is accurate, and I'm not asking you to conclude whether or not it is. I'm just saying if it is, wouldn't that be a pretty powerful argument in at least make some attempt in the modeling for the DCP to consider how it might operate under different Bay Delta standards than the ones defined in D1641?
Objection calls for speculation. Asked and answered assumes facts, not in evidence. An incomplete hypothetical. Sorry.
I think this is the same problem we're running up against, Mr. Moore. I don't see the benefit, the probative value of Mr. Ray's speculating about, I suppose maybe the way you asked the question was with respect to whether he has a legal, not a legal, an expert opinion on that issue. Is that the way you phrased the question? Now I lost Mr. Moore. There we
A
go.
professional opinion on that.
And Ms. Carroll, I saw you had a hand up.
I was just going to say it's been quite some time, and this might be a good time to take a break for the witness and maybe give Mr. Moore some time to think about some of the questions that he's been asking. I was hoping we could do that shortly.
We can
I
do
am,
it.
I am very near the end.
Okay.
I would estimate I have 5 minutes or less to go.
Great. Please go ahead, Mr. Moore. I didn't want to cut you off in the middle of your question either.
I appreciate that. Let's, if we can, let's go back to Mr. Reyes's testimony, DWR 600. And let's go to paragraph 35, the conclusion. Um, and the first sentence, which is on line 16 to 18, it says, in summary, calcium 3 and DSM 2 are the best available models to represent long-term effects to the SWP CVP water system given change conditions to facilities, regulations, operations, or climate. So, Mr. Reyes, do I understand from that sentence that, and I'm not going to rehash your personal knowledge relating the subject of climate, but you referred to this here. I'm assuming from this sentence that your view is that these models are the best way to follow change conditions due to climate, among other things. Is that correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous has to follow.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your sentence, Ms. Morris.
Sorry, I'm quick on going back on mute. Vague and ambiguous as to follow.
Follow.
I probably didn't need to paraphrase as much. I'm simply referring to the first sentence in 35 as full and confirming the fact that it includes climate in the list of things in which the witness is representing that these models are the best available to address change conditions.
Is that correct, Mr. Reyes?
Yes, that's my professional opinion.
Thank you. And then let's go to the last sentence in this paragraph. The models are calibrated and validated and have been vetted by SWP and CVP operators. Mr. Reyes, do you know if other state of California reviewers have vetted DWR's performance record accounting for the hydrologic consequences of climate change?
Yeah, I'm hearing a hypothetical, but I'm not sure if have there been other, what was it, state agencies?
Yeah, the sentence in your testimony refers to vetting by State Water Project and Central Valley Project operators. So I'm wondering if you're aware of other vetting of how DWR is doing on this subject by other state of California reviewers?
I'm unaware. And what I mean by this is the project operations and those generalized rules of our project operations. Those are what have been vetted by our own operators. So what I mean by that is, the operations in the Calcium 3 model have been vetted by those operators to say that they are reflective in a generalized sense of the rules that they operate by.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to bring up the exhibit that I sent today, if we could have that, Ms. Mullen, that is called California State Auditor Report 2022-106 from May 2023.
And are we getting close to the end, Mr. Moore? I am mindful.
We are.
Okay. Our witness has been going for a while.
Yeah, and if really, I don't want to torture everybody. If, and apologies, it's taking longer than expected. If people would prefer to have a break and have this after, I will try to be as brief as possible.
Well, here we go. We have the document, so let's go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, is this the first time that you have seen this report?
Yeah, I'm unsure. Is it from the Department of Water
California
Resources?
State Audit. It's from the California State Auditor, May 2023.
I think I'm generally aware of this report.
Okay. And do you recall if you reviewed this report at all when you prepared your testimony for this proceeding?
Objection relevance. This appears to be related to the State Water Project and not specifically to the Delta Conveyance Project or the climate change assumptions used for the Delta Conveyance Project.
I understood the question just to be whether he reviewed this report in preparing the testimony in this proceeding. Was that right? Did I?
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's a fair question. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
No, I did not.
Okay. Can we go to page 3 of the PDF, which is a cover letter from the state auditor?
And just cautioning Mr. Moore that he said he is not familiar with the report, so please be careful that the question is appropriate for this witness.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna try to cut to the chase a little more. So instead of I'm whittling down my questions here. Instead of going to the cover letter, let's go to PDF 19, which is on page 13 of the body of the report. So on this page, there's a, wait, do we have, sorry, it's hard for me to see the screen on there. I think you're at page 19. What I'm looking for is page 13 on the body of the report, which is page 19 of the PDF. I think you're on page 19 of the report. Okay. So, as we saw on the cover page, this report was from May 2023. On this page, there are 3 key points summarized, and I have a quick question about each, and then I think we are pretty much done. The first key point is, in water year 2021, DWR significantly overestimated the water supply as late as its April B120 forecast, which refers to the forecast in DWR Bulletin 120. Large errors in DWR's forecast can affect state and local efforts to effectively manage the water supply. Now, Mr. Reyes, I know that you just testified that you weren't familiar with this report before, but I mentioned the date, May 2023, and we know that the final certification of the Delta Conveyance Project EIR came in December of that year. Do you know whether between May and December 2023, when DWR made those final decisions, it made any major changes in its water supply analysis for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection, relevance, outside the scope of this witness's testimony, will call for speculation, as the witness has already said, they are not familiar with this document.
I think the question
I
is fair.
provided
Mr. Moore, I'm going to overrule the objection, so we can cut to that. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
So you're mentioning some dates. May of 23
And
is
December of 2020.
is what now? It was, yeah.
Are you aware of any major changes that DWR made in its water supply modeling framework for the DCP?
Objection lacks foundation as how this forecast is related to the DCP modeling.
How is this forecast related to the, what is your response to that, Mr. Moore?
Because the report identifies chronic errors going back to 2008 in the framework and modeling that DWR has used to address water supply questions. So I think it is quite relevant to what the witness is testifying about, which is the modeling framework for the DCP.
Well, I guess so. Noting for the record that I don't think we've laid a foundation between the connection between these forecasts referenced and the DCP modeling. That said, I do think it's a fair question to ask between May 2023 and the adoption of the final environmental impact report later that year, which was, I believe, the time frame you're referring to, Mr. Moore. Whether there were, and now you're going to have to phrase the question properly for me, but updates to the as I understood it, the I don't know if baseline model, but the baseline modeling to which Mr. Reyes is testifying about, whether there was a significant update of any kind during that time period. Is that your question?
Yes, I don't need to repeat because I think that's a fair summary.
To my knowledge, I don't believe there are any updates made to the modeling that was submitted for the FEIR. And I will say this about the forecast that's in the model and how it relates to the real-time forecast that happened. There is a forecasting mechanism within the Calcium 3 model. It goes back much further than Bulletin 120 because we simulate years from 1922 all the way to 2021 in our latest models. And what we do is we try to have a forecast that statistically matches what the Bulletin 120 forecasts have predicted, historically, compared to what actual inflows were realized. And so our forecasts that we use in the model, they're not perfect. There are errors in those forecasts. And that is part of what operators have to adjust their operations to. And that's why we include operations in the model, very closely match the kinds of events and things that operators have to deal with when it comes to, forecasts, not exactly matching what is a realized flow to the system. And so I would say for our Delta Conveyance project modeling, or any modeling really where we're doing a with and without case, these errors in forecast exist, and they're the same in the with and without case. So both cases will experience the same mismatch in forecast to, the flow that's going to be observed. And the projects will have to operate to that inconsistency, and any effects of that you would be able to analyze looking at the with and without case and how each of those cases reacted to that mismatch of a forecast and a realized flow. So, we did not update the models, but I think for the cases of for the aspect of, is it an appropriate tool to evaluate the system under with and without DCP? I think it is, and it can look at, cases where you might miss your forecast might miss the expected or realized flow in the model.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your patience. I think I am down to the last question, which relates to the bullet point just underneath the one we were just talking about on the same page, which says, despite acknowledging the need to do so more than a decade ago, DWR has not fully updated its forecasting model and related procedures to better account for the effects of climate change. Some other federal and local agencies use models that directly account for factors that are relevant to climate change, such as temperature and soil moisture. Mr. Reyes, I think final question for you is referring to the same time frame here between May 2023 and December 2023, when DWR adopted the Delta Conveyance project. Are you aware of any revisions that DWR made in its model tools to incorporate other federal and local approaches to climate modeling?
The actual forecasts, when it's saying forecasting model, that's not related to the models that we're speaking about this panel anyways, and panel 2. Those are real-time forecasts that I think are used by the auditors. And so they have statistical models, they have other modeling tools that they use to develop their forecasts. And I believe it's related to those tools. But the forecasts that are represented in the calcium model are the same.
Are you suggesting that the forecasting models do not involve applications of calcium 3 or DSM-2?
I think we need to be clear on which models we're talking about and when, or so calcium 3 has its own version of a forecast that is mimicking what is done real time. But there are real-time forecasts, and that group that does that for DWR and other groups, they use models as well, not necessarily calcium 3, because I don't, that's not relevant to a forecast of weather events.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you to our panelists, and especially Mr. Reyes. I know that was a long run. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:06 and we'll pick up, I believe, with cross from Ms. Desjardins. It's 3:06. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Sorry about that. Yes, give me just about 5 seconds, please. Thank
Sure
you.
thing. No problem.
Okay, we're back on the record.
Great. Thank you very much. And with that, we're back here with DWR's panel 1. And I believe next with questions for these witnesses is Ms. Desjardins. Please go ahead.
Oh, Ms. Kinsey, before we start with
Oh,
Ms. Desjardins, I
yes.
was hoping to clarify regarding the calcium 3 report she raised before lunch.
Ah, yes.
I did want to say, so I emailed the hearing office, I believe, and so what I was able to figure out was they were appendices to the calcium 3 hydrology report, not to DWR 202 or DWR 204. But I revised my cross-examination to reflect that those exhibits have the actual detailed data on the rim and flows that that are not in DWR 202 or 204.
And are those, do you happen to know, are those in our, have they been submitted to the AHO? Are they either DWR or AHO exhibits?
I looked for them. I was coming through
No,
the
that's
exhibit list
right.
because I'm a modeler and I look at the actual modeling data. So I'm not an attorney, although I did learn some attorney skills in a prior round of this here.
Understood. And I didn't mean that you should know. I was just curious if you happen to know. So
no, I do really. I looked carefully through DWR's exhibit list. It would be helpful in searching for DWR to actually have an exhibit list that describes what the exhibit is, because it makes it very time intensive to try to find something, because I have to look at the name that DWR used, and then I have to try to say, well, that's not very clear because it says DWR 2024. So then I have to go open each document. So having an exhibit list that actually has the name of each document would be very helpful for, and particularly when we get to, other testimony.
thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I think now we are ready for your questions for this witness. I mean, this
Okay.
panel.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. I know this has been a grueling day for you, Eric, and my name is Deirdre Desjardins, and I have a background in physics and climate modeling, and I worked on computer models at NASA Ames, Los Alamos National Lab, and also with the UC Santa Cruz Bioinformatics Research Group. I have some fairly detailed wonky questions for you, but I think they're important. I wanted to, Mr. Ray's, can we bring up page 5 of Mr. Ray's testimony?
And that's DWR 600. I'm sure Ms. Mullen knows, but
okay,
we'll get there.
Okay. Okay, on line, let's go down to line 19 to 21. So sorry, line 21 and 22, when you say that the system represents many physical processes such as soil moisture counting, evapotranspiration, and delta flow salinity relationships. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to ask you some questions about how climate change and temperature affects soil moisture. So temperature affects soil moisture and evapotranspiration, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And have daily mean temperatures been increasing over the historic period that calcium 3 was validated on?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And have daily maximum temperatures been increasing? Over the historic period.
I'm sorry, there may have been crosstalk. Was there an objection?
Yes,
No, I think
vague and ambiguous as to the time frame.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Reyes, is it your there's an echo. Okay, there we go. Mr. Reyes, is it your understanding that daily maximum temperatures have been increasing over the historic period that calcium 3 was calibrated on?
Daily maximum temperatures as, let me try to understand. I'm trying to understand your question. Have the maximums, or have they increased above what they have historically, or has?
So there's a little over 100 years of a period that calcium is data uses, and have daily maximum temperatures been increasing over that period?
I'm going to ask my colleague Andy Draper to contribute here.
Sorry. When we look at temperature data in the model, go back one step, and you look at what we say in lines 20 and 21. Some of the hydrology in calcium 3 is pre-processed. So we're not calculating evapotranspiration at model runtime. We've done that in a pre-processor model for calcium, but it's part of the calcium 3 or umbrella or suite of model. When we look at temperature data, because we have to go back to 1922, we look at monthly maximum, Tmax and Tmin, maximum monthly temperature and minimum monthly temperature. And then we use a B-spline to disaggregate monthly temperatures to daily temperatures as part of an input to one of our pre-processing models.
Thank you. I did want to follow up on that. That I just asked a very simple question, which is have daily maximum, and I would add, the monthly maximum temperatures been increasing over that period?
Yeah, so in response to your question, we only look at monthly Tmax and Tmin. That's why I answered in
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
How does monthly Tmax, has that been increasing over?
There is a trend within the a rising trend within the historical data.
Okay. Would these increases affect soil moisture and evapotranspiration?
They would affect evapotranspiration, and so that indirectly affects soil moisture.
Would increased evapotranspiration and would they increase evapotranspiration and tend to increase evapotranspiration and reduce soil moisture? Is that your understanding?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical calls for speculation.
Actually, it's a question about basic physics of
Mr. Desjardins,
processes.
I didn't quite understand the question.
Okay, so
Try it again.
would it be your understanding that the effect of these temperature increases would tend to increase temperature increases would tend to increase evapotranspiration and reduce soil moisture over the historic period?
Yeah, so the temperature is one of the drivers in evapotranspiration. So increasing temperature will lead to increasing evapotranspiration. I hesitate on the answer to soil moisture because we are irrigating on the valley floor to maintain soil moisture criteria for specific crops. But if you like, in general, yes, it will. Warmer temperatures, higher evapotranspiration, drier soil profile.
I'm specifically focusing on the watersheds that produce the rim inflows to the reservoirs. So I meant to clarify that.
Understand.
So that would be, so there's much less irrigation of the rim watersheds, correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
I think Dr. Draper may have already responded based on the extent of your knowledge. And if you could repeat that response, Dr. Draper, I think there was an overlap there.
Yes, if you look at the irrigated land area within the Central Valley, predominantly it's found on the valley floor with maybe some vineyards in the foothills. So, and as you go increase in elevation, you're obviously having less and less irrigated agriculture, and maybe outside of irrigated pasture.
Are any of you aware that USDA Forest researchers found that root zone soil moisture was a primary contributor to the overestimation of runoff in 2021?
I generally am aware of that finding, but I have not read the specifics of that report you mentioned.
Thank you. Can we bring up page 5 of Mr. Ray's testimony again? Oh, it's there. Let's see. On lines 17 to 18, you state the development of calcium-3 has been thoroughly documented. The detailed inputs, calibration, and validation can be found in DWR 202. Is that correct? 00202.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's pull up exhibit DWR 00202 and go to the bottom of PDF, page 9. Is this the section of DWR 202 on rim inflows? Mr. Razor, Mr. Draper.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, thank you.
If you look at the chapter heading on chapter 2, I think chapter 2 is talking about how we constructed the various model domains and how we differentiate between the valley floor and the mountain watersheds. So the mountain and foothill watersheds we refer to as rim watershed. And so rim inflows are the unimpaired flows coming out of those mountain watersheds onto the valley floor.
Aren't they the inflows into the reservoirs?
Well,
or that flow ultimately into the rim reservoirs?
well, not always. I mean, there are unregulated streams. If you look at,
yeah, that's true.
So some cases they're inflows to foothill reservoirs. Other times they're flows in those unregulated streams at the boundary to the valley floor.
Thank you. Can we scroll down a little further to the next page and see where it says at the last paragraph on section 2.4 that it states the development of calcium-3 rim inflows is described in DWR 00204. Is that correct?
So the question being, the development calcium-3 rim inflows is described in an exhibit number. And there is a chapter within this report that summarizes the calculation of the inflows. And then there is an appendix that describes each inflow, like the derivation of, say, the inflow to Lake Shasta or inflow to Trinity Lake.
Yeah. I believe that let's bring up DWR 204. I did not find any detail. Yeah, there's DWR 204. I was looking for a detailed description of the actual rim flows. Can we go to the bottom of PDF, page 605? This describes the historical flows at control points, correct? This section?
Yes, you're looking at a chapter, I believe, on model validation or closure terms. I'm not quite sure. I can't see.
Let's go down
the header
to, yeah, it says historical flows at control points. Let's go down to the next page, which is on the Sacramento River at Shasta Dam. And it describes, and it says it's that rim inflows to Shasta Lake can count for approximately 28% of total rim flows. Do you see that?
Line 3 in the first paragraph. Yes, I do.
Okay. So the rest of this is a description of the methodology for the inflows, but it doesn't actually show the actual inflow data, correct?
Not really. So chapter 16 is the subject of chapter 16. It's what we call closure terms. So we're trying to correct for any errors in our estimated boundary inflows. I believe it's chapter 5, which might be rim inflows, but if you go to the table of contents, you can look up which chapter is rim inflows. I believe it's chapter 5, but it's a while since I've seen this report.
I'd like to bring up, I believe it's exhibit DDJ 003, which is the calcium-3 hydrology report.
Sorry, our poor state computers only go so fast.
While
Yeah.
you're doing this, okay, if we could make it a little bigger to see, yeah. And let's scroll down a little further. It's very slow. Mr. Reyes, it has you listed as a author on this documentation. Are you aware of this report?
I am, yes. It was a report that comes out of my office.
Ms. Carroll, I'm sorry to interject. Ms. Carroll, did you have something?
Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to ask for clarification. This looks like the same report as DWR 204, so I wanted to make sure that I was understanding if there was a difference between these exhibits.
Ms. Desjardins, did you have a?
I may have uploaded the wrong one. In which case, I think I'd like to just go to exhibit DWR 001, DDJ 001, which is a technical appendix to the calcium 3 hydrology report. I apologize. Yeah. So this was the detailed information that I was able to find for the rim watersheds. And it's an appendix to the calcium 3 hydrology report. Can we scroll down? And I'm wanting to ask about some specific watersheds. Go down to the next page, which shows the authors. And it says, yeah, so Mr. Reyes, it lists you on the authors list. Did you contribute to this report?
I think what you're seeing there is not necessarily an author's list. It was done under
your
debate at the
supervision.
office. Yeah, and it was generally under my supervision, but if you scroll a little bit more, it'll say the person that was. I don't want to take credit for this team of people, but I am on the contributing list. Yeah.
You're listed as one of the core project team members, are you not?
Yep.
And Andy Draper, you're listed as well, are you not? Okay.
Mr. Draper, did you answer affirmatively?
Sorry, yes,
he nodded.
I am listed right at the bottom.
Okay.
Andy
The
Draper.
one in the same, Dr. Draper. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so having laid that foundation, let's go to PDF page 26. So this was where I wanted to go, which is the annual inflows to Shasta Lake. This was the representation I was able to find of the annual inflows to Shasta Lake that are inputs to the calcium 3 model. Or does figure C1b represent the annual inflows to Shasta Lake in this report?
Is that a question? Yes, they do.
Okay, and so there's a linear trend line that shows that the inflows are increasing slightly over the historic period. Is that correct?
I don't remember us adding that trend line, but I can see a black trend line. Trend. I do. Sorry, I see the trend line. Yes.
But if you look at the if you look at the flows, the trend and the flows since the late 1990s, there's a significant decrease, is there not?
Sorry, can you specify which?
If you look at the period since the late 1990s and sort of visually look at the inflows, doesn't it appear that there's a declining trend there in that last period since the late 1990s?
I can see why you might make that inference. There certainly is a lot of variability in that graph.
If you look at the subset, this is just if you look at that period since the late 1990s, isn't there a declining trend?
Objection asked and answered.
Dr. Draper, if you can answer it directly.
Yes, I think there's a danger looking at short time periods and drawing a conclusion about either a rising trend and a falling trend. We know that the last 5 years of the 1990s was a wet period. Does that say anything about longer term trends, but due to climate change? So I just hesitate to pick out a 10-year period and draw a conclusion about what's happening over a longer time scale. But I can see why Ms. Desjardins makes that conclusion.
It actually was not a conclusion. It was just about that
An observation.
21st century. So, Mr. Draper or Mr. Reyes, are you familiar with any recent publications in the climate science literature on a 21st century mega drought in the Southwest United States?
If it's me, I've read some of the papers on reconstructing flow records from for tree ring analysis.
This is with respect to a 21st century mega drought, not paleo, not
paleo, historic. Okay.
Yeah. Are you aware of it, Mr. Draper?
I'm not aware of what you're describing. Perhaps you could describe it in a little more detail and quote the authors.
Richard Seeger was one of the co-authors. Williams. I'm just trying to see if you have knowledge. Mr. Draper, do you have any knowledge of recent publications in the climate science literature on decadal scale variation in precipitation in the Southwest US or California?
No, I have not followed those publications.
Mr. Reyes, do you have any knowledge?
No, not aware of those publications.
Mr. Reyes, are you familiar with any publications regarding the 21st century mega drought in the Southwest US?
In my recollection, I recall someone forwarding me an article that summarized, I think, findings of the report or whatever you may be referencing. Or I mean, I just remember the title "Mega Drought," but I think just probably browse through it. I don't recall any specifics about it.
So when you testified that this calcium 3 used best available science, you didn't you're not testifying, Mr. Reyes, that it used any information from the climate research literature on either the 21st century mega drought or decadal scale variation.
Objection, misstates testimony. Also, if we're going to talk about these reports, is it possible to pull them up? Because I'm not sure that we've laid a foundation that we're talking about the same reports.
Ms. Desjardins, are these articles you're referring to, is that something you've submitted to the AHO?
I have not submitted them. I was trying not to introduce too many publications. I just was asking them if there was, let me state this. So what, in drawing the conclusion that you used best available science in evaluating these rim inflows, what literature from what of the climate research literature did you take into consideration?
Objection, misstates testimony as to best available science for rim flows versus climate change.
I'm going to allow the question. I think the witnesses can address that issue.
The report you're looking at here, and particularly the description of rim inflows, is describing a historical record. So what you're seeing in the chart, whether in the light blue or the dark blue, is either an observed record. In the case of Shasta, it's obviously based on release data, and then the inflows are back calculated. Or it's synthetic data where gauge data has been, synthetic gauge data has been, or infilled, if you like, missing data has been infilled using synthetic techniques. This report is not saying anything about how these flows will change in the future under the action of climate change. It's just establishing the historical record.
Mr. Draper, do you think that this data series is stationary of rim inflows?
Objection, vague as to stationary.
What do you mean by that, Ms. Desjardins?
There's a mathematical definition of stationary, or do you think in that it's fundamentally a process that actually, let me say this, in drawing a linear trend here, doesn't it make the assumption that the data set is stationary and that neither the mean nor the variance of the data set is changing over the period?
So let me break this down into pieces. The historical hydrology, we believe the historical hydrology is non-stationary. We started the conversation talking about temperature trends and evapotranspiration and the effect on soil moisture. So if there's a temperature trend that is drying out soil moisture and maybe affecting snow accumulation, snow melt, you would expect non-stationarity in the watershed. In developing these historical flows, what we did assume is that the statistical relationship between a gauged and an ungauged watershed remains constant. So if you like, if we've extended gauge data, missing gauge data, through correlation with an adjacent watershed, and we're assuming that that correlation is stationary. But these actual, what you're seeing here is annual flows. We accept that the historical record is non-stationary.
Thank you. So let's go bring up exhibit AHO without further exploring non-stationarity, which is a little bit technical for everyone. Let's go to exhibit AHO 1198, appendix 38 of the DCP final environmental impact report on the climate sensitivity analysis, page 33, 30-3.
And Ms. Carroll, please go ahead. Ms. Carroll, did you have a comment?
I apologize. I could not hear very well. So could you please repeat the question?
Oh, you had your hand up. I was wondering if you had a comment.
I did not do
An
that.
Arab
So
hand.
I probably hit a different button trying to increase my sound. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. I think back to you, Ms. Desjardins.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, they brought up appendix 30-3. So let's go to page 3. First, let me say, this is the appendix that describes, let's go to, this describes the climate 30-3. There's a table. So let's scroll down there. There it is, table 30A2. So this shows the global climate models used for the 2040 central tendency and 2040 median scenarios. Is that correct? And are you familiar roughly with this table? Or
If that's directed at me, yes, I am familiar with these tables. With this table, sorry, and the selection of the GCMs for the central tendency and the median scenarios, which were presented as part of the FEIR.
Yes, and Mr. Reyes, you testified also that about these global climate models. Are you familiar with this table?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the this table and sort of the selection of specific global climate models.
So Mr. Reyes, you testified about RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5. Let's focus on the central tendency model. So can you explain what each of those scenarios is, and if one would have a higher greenhouse gas concentration than the other?
Yes. If you could please pull up DWR exhibit 0600, which is my testimony, and go to page 14, please. And I believe on lines 6 through probably 11 is where I describe those two representative concentration pathways, and one assumes emissions continue to rise throughout the 21st century. And another one is an intermediate scenario in which emissions peak around 2040 and then decline. So that's RCP 4.5.
Right. So under RCP 8.5, greenhouse gas emissions would tend to be higher, correct? And the input to the climate model would have higher greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to the table and the global climate models. So the 2040 central tendency, so RCP 4.5, if it has a lower greenhouse gas concentration, it would tend to produce less of a temperature increase than RCP 8.5, correct?
I mean, this is not my area of expertise. And, you know, I think there's a lot of factors that go into the causes of those changes. So I couldn't answer off of that single statement, I guess, that you made.
Mr. Draper, do you have knowledge of this? Do you understand how the greenhouse gas concentrations in RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5 would lead to a difference in temperatures increase?
Yes, I believe the 4.5 and 8.5 measure of the net difference in incoming and outgoing radiation. So an 8.5, and it's been standardized by the year 2100. So if you're looking at an RCP of 8.5, there's a bigger net difference in radiation that's going to cause additional warming.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. That's good. So the central tendency model I see is aggregating. It uses both the 4.5 and the 8.5 as together. They're not disaggregated. Is that correct? And the same with the median scenarios.
For the 2040 central tendency,
yes.
If you look at the first column of models which was selected, these were models recommended by the CCTAG, the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group, and that selection is based on how these models, how well these models replicate the historical climate beginning in 1950. So that selection does not take into account the projections moving forward. So I think the CT tag is sort of agnostic about which recommended concentration pathways to choose. So in 2040 CT, they were saying we may have this particular emission scenario, or we may have the other. So we had 10 GCMs and 2 simulations, if you like, these 2 different emission scenarios.
So, but the central tendency produces a projection from all of these. And so by being agnostic on whether you have a higher greenhouse gas emissions and higher temperature versus lower greenhouse gas emissions and potentially lower temperature, doesn't it kind of not produce the extremes that you might see with the higher greenhouse gas emission scenario?
Well, I think, you know, if we look at the name 2040 central tendency, where we're taking that group of recommended GCM and we're looking at an ensemble of projections and saying, what does that ensemble tell us about future climate change? We're not picking out one GCM and one adverse RCP to look at a climate extreme. Well, not under the 2040 central tendency.
Um, so I'd like to go back, Mr. Reyes, to page 5 of your test of Mr. Ray's testimony, lines 4 to 7. So you say there monthly values of precipitation and unimpaired runoff represent the range of water supply conditions that characterize either existing conditions or future conditions affected by climate change. Do you see that, Mr. Reyes?
Yes, I do.
So, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Draper, does the central tendency reflect the full range of future water supply conditions that you could see?
That was not the meaning or the intent of the meaning of that last sentence. What we were trying to say is, if you look at a 100-year record, then we have both extremely dry years and we have yet wet years. So we're representing the extremes of, if you like, the natural hydrologic variation, wet years and dry years. This sentence was not saying we represent the extremes of different climate projections from the most optimistic to the most pessimistic. Perhaps we could have phrased it to make it a little clearer, but we were really trying to say the idea of taking that 100-year period of simulation based on the historical weather sequence was to look at how would the Delta Conveyance project perform and what might be the impacts under very wet conditions and under very dry conditions. So maybe it's, we could have said, maybe we could have phrased it a little better.
Thank you. Can we bring up exhibit DDJ 002? And can we scroll down a little bit on this so you can see it? Yeah, so Mr. Reyes or Mr. Draper, you refer to, Mr. Reyes, you refer to the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group's selection of climate models and in your testimony, do you not?
Yes, I do mention them.
Yeah, and Mr. Draper, in your oral testimony, you referred to the, which or under cross, you just referred to the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Are Mr. Reyes, are you familiar with this report?
Just generally, yes.
Okay, Mr. Draper, are you familiar with this report of the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group?
Yes, I am familiar with this report.
Okay, can we go to page 66 of the report? Can we scroll down? I may not be referring to the correct temperature. Just a sec. Let me bring up my. Oh, I'm sorry. It's document page 66, which is PDF page 84. Can we go to that page, please? Yes, there we go. And can we scroll down to the paragraph about the delta method? Are you aware of this criticism of the delta, of these concerns about the delta method, which is used the method of perturbing historical hydrology using climate change?
Hold on. Can we zoom in just on, I think you're referring to these points 1, 2, and 3, Ms. Desjardins, is that right?
Yes, are you, yes, let's zoom in on them, yeah, so nobody knows. Older, nearsighted. Yeah, so that one of the DWR has the historic hydrology, the sequence of wet and dry years that you mentioned, Mr. Draper. Is that not correct? That, you know, that, and that the DWR's method for climate change perturbs the historic hydrology using climate change?
That's correct. Our starting point is the historical record.
So are you aware that this is called the Delta method by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group?
I have read this. It's been a few months since I've read it. So if you'd like to point to a specific paragraph to refresh my memory.
So I'm wanting to do points 1, 2, and 3 about the 3 primary limitations of the Delta method. Number 1, it provides no strong basis for assuming that the historical climatological short distance and short-term climate relations within the state will remain unchanged as global climate change takes hold. It offers no reason to believe that the particular sequences of wet years and dry years and other historical artifacts will ever be repeated again. And so too much reliance on the Delta method may lead to systems tuned to details of the historical record of climate variability that will not be seen again. It does not readily allow projected changes in extreme events.
I think to save time, we can read it ourselves. We're referring
Okay.
to paragraph 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so anyway, so given the, I just want to get the final point, given the great extent to which extreme events such as droughts, floods, and wet years are critical to the functioning of California's water systems, this significantly limits the robustness of impact estimates. So, Mr. Draper, are you aware of these concerns that the historic sequence of wet and dry years in the historic record, you know, aren't an adequate, isn't an adequate way of capturing how those might change?
Objection. I think there's no foundation that the Delta method is what Mr. Draper is referring to.
I can go scroll down to the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group where it says the Delta method is what's used in CalCIM. Should I do that?
I think that would be helpful, please. Ms.
Okay,
Desjardins.
all right, let me go just a minute. That's on page 67.
The next page.
Yeah.
Yeah. One point that I think is in this report, but I can't point it to you. One of the advantages of using the historical weather trace as a basis is you preserve long-term, multi-decadal relationships. So I'm aware of these criticisms. At the moment, I don't know. At the time we were doing the analysis for the Delta Conveyance project, and this was the established method or approach to looking at climate change at a future level of development. And I don't think that a alternative method that we were aware of had been developed and tested and reviewed.
Scott, let me focus in to establish the foundation, because there was a thing about, so it's in the middle of the paragraph, but it says, the three limitations of the Delta method listed above also apply to the form of the Delta method that has been used in past calcium applications. So are you aware that the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group was referring to the Delta method as used in calcium as well? In
Objection,
this
vague and ambiguous as to what version of calcium and what year of what version.
Yeah, I was about to get to that. So the for calcium, this was calcium 2, correct?
Is that a question for Dr.
Yes.
Draper? Okay. Are you able to answer, Dr. Draper?
Yes, I am. I mean, at the time of this report was authored in 2015, and in 2015, calcium 3 was under development.
So did you change the method of, did you change the method of perturbation of a historical record in calcium 3, or the fundamental, what they're describing as the Delta method?
I believe there are some changes from what was done on the water fix, some small changes. There are some changes in methodology between the central tendency and the median approach, but the underlying principle of using a cumulative distribution function to map changes, projected changes in climate onto the historical record, or projected changes in runoff onto the historical record of unimpaired flows remains the same, the underlying principle.
So let's get to the end of this paragraph, Mr. Draper. Do you see where it says, consequently, using the Delta method to ensure that historical copies of this intermittent form of climate variation are present in all calcium analysis amounts to a potentially unwarranted assumption that droughts and floods will always occur in sequence and ameliorate each other in precisely the same historical sequence, when that outcome is far from certain. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that. Yes.
Isn't that a concern that applies to the continued use of perturbations of the historical record?
I guess I can answer this in two ways. If we're looking at using the model to conduct an effects analysis, and we're thinking about that 100-year sequence as representing a range of dry years and wet years, and so we're able to look at, well, what would happen under a 2-year drought, what would happen under a 3-year drought, what would happen under a 6-year drought. I feel that using the historical record as the basis for a climate change scenario is adequate or more than adequate for an effects analysis. There are concerns about this approach. There are new approaches to climate change that have been developed by DWR since the publication of the FEIR. You may be aware of those approaches. So to look at greater variability than there is in the historical record, and also to take a fundamentally different approach to developing the climate change scenarios. And some of that work was incorporated into the 2013 State Water Project Delivery Capability Report, and that work was led by Andrew Schwartz at the Department of Water Resources. So yes, there are changes in the methodology, but at the time we conducted the FEIR, the method that we used was considered to be the best approach.
This was dated 2015, was it not? And the FEIR came out in 2021, did it not?
Yeah, so I'm aware of some of the concerns expressed in this report, but I think as I said, for an effects analysis, what we're really looking to do is to say, what are the effects of the proposed Delta Conveyance project under a range of hydrologic conditions? And is that 100-year, if you look at the range and that 100-year sequence we've got, that's a pretty wide range. 28 to 30, 29 to 35 drought is, if you go back and look at some of the papers published by Mike Dettinger, that is still considered one of the worst droughts in record. Well, not in record, going back for, I forget how many centuries he said. So I think for the effects analysis, what we did is valid. I think it's appropriate. It was the methodology that had been established at the time. There were some concerns, and I think DWR is gradually developing alternative approaches to address some of those concerns. But at the time we were doing the analysis for the FEIR, there was an established approach.
I did want to ask you some questions about the climate models used in the median analysis. And let's go to I want to go to PDF page 45 of the CC tag of this report. Let me double check. Yeah, there we go. So yes, this is and let's scroll down a little bit so you can see this full table. And so are you aware generally of the screening that was done by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group of climate change models suitability for use in water resources modeling?
I have read this report and understood their explanation. In the table that you pull up, it looks at 3 metrics for the selection of GCMs based on their ability to simulate historic hydrology or historical the historical record. The first column is when they look at that ability globally. The second column is when they look at the Western United States and how well the models perform in replicating the historical climate. And then the last column to the right, I believe there's actually 3 metrics that they look at for the state of California. One is the number of drought years in a decadal sequence. The second addresses, I think, 3-day maximum precipitation. And I'm afraid I'm blanking on the third, but it is described in this report.
So the 10 models that are highlighted in green were the ones that were the result of final selection by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group as best representing global, regional, and California processes, right? Would that be a correct summary of this table?
My understanding is the top rows highlighted in green meet a global, regional, and the state of California tests, if you like. And the other models fail one of those tests. They either don't replicate climate globally or in the Western US, or the specifics of California. I remember that third metric. It's related to El Nino events and the spatial temporal pattern of Southern Oscillation Index.
So looking at the screening of climate models under global, do you see that the Access 1-3, CSIRO, which I guess you can say 0-MK-360 model, and the FGOALS, FGOALS, G2 models were screened out on the first step on the global representation?
Mr. Jardin, you've reached the end of my expertise on GCMs. These particular models, I have no detailed understanding of what differentiates these particular models. So I can't tell you, I can't provide any additional information about Access -1.3 compared to Sirio MK360. I might be able to hazard a guess at which country they are based in, but I have no additional insights.
So the reason I'm asking you is because these 3 models were selected for use in the median scenario. Let's go back to the exhibit DWR, I think it's, sorry. AHO 1198, Appendix 30A, page 30-3, and let's look at that table again of climate models. And the reason I asked you specifically about that table was you can see the median model uses Access 1.3, the CSIRO MK360, and the FGOALS G2 model, which were screened out by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group's screening. So it sounds like you're not aware of the limitations of those models.
So the 2040 median selection was made by DWR's climate change program. And the selection criteria, which I believe is described in this document, is they considered 3 metrics associated with their ability to replicate historical climate conditions in the state of California. So that may be the reason why you see this difference. You see a model that has been screened out based on its ability to replicate climate globally may still appear to do may provide a good simulation for the state of California. Again, I understand the screening process and the metrics that were used, but I was not involved in the CC tag selection process or the writing of that report, and I was not involved in the climate change program selection of the 10 GCM simulations.
So why would you have the knowledge to testify about why the 2040 median scenario is suitable as a sensitivity scenario for sensitivity analysis for the purposes of the water board?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Let's see. Ms. Desjardins, will you try that one more time?
Actually, let me do a foundational question. So, Mr. Draper, are you aware of the concept of model validation? You're Mr. Raves or Mr. Eric or Mr. Draper?
Sorry, am I aware? Yes, I am aware of the concepts of model calibration and model validation.
Isn't one of the considerations in model validation whether the model is suitable for its intended use?
For model selection, yes, I would agree.
So in saying that, testifying that the model is been validated, you testify that you think this is suitable for use in this proceeding. You're partly considering the climate change altered inputs, are you not?
I think there are maybe several ideas that are getting mixed up. I mean, we looked at the calcium 3 hydrology report. There is a chapter there on validation. And we're looking at how well can the calcium hydrology replicate recent historical hydrology. If you're asking me, well, I'm not sure what you are asking me. Maybe I ought to go back and look at my qualifications. I am not a climate scientist, so we relied on the recommendations of a panel empowered by DWR to make recommendations on GCM selection. And we also relied on DWR's climate change program. At the time we did the analysis for the FEIR, there were 64 set of model results that were available for California that have been downscaled for California. So these two scenarios that you're looking at are selecting which model results out of the total of 64 should we look at. And there are different selection criteria. I believe that the purpose of the 2040 median was to choose an ensemble of model results that would be representative of all 64 models, available models, for representative of the projections for California.
Are you aware that the criteria for selection of the median models considered the median variance of the ensemble of 64 global climate models?
It's the selection criteria are described in this report. So maybe we should look at those selection criteria.
Let me just a minute pull it up. I have a bunch of PDFs open, but not that one. What the exhibit number is? DWR 1098. Is that correct? No, it's sorry.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, while Ms. Desjardins pulls up her exhibit, I just wanted to do a time check that it's 4:30, almost 4:30, and was wondering, are we concluding at 5, or are we going to stay longer to complete Ms. Desjardins' questions of and cross? And if so, just looking forward to tomorrow and what we can tell our panelists.
Understood. We will have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, and I'll hold that throughout this hearing. I am going to hold to that, so all of you can make plans accordingly. I know some of you have other obligations and you have to be able to commit to those. So I am going to hold a hard stop. In terms of what it means for this panel, it depends in part on Ms. Desjardins, whether you have a significant, well, Ms. Desjardins, do you have an estimate of how much more?
I think we'll be done. This is really getting close to the end. I just in trying to explore this. I'm just trying to figure out where DWR 1198 is in my it's in the additional exhibits. Never mind.
Ms. Carroll, do you anticipate you'll have a redirect for the panel?
Yeah.
If we do, I believe it will be very short. I need to confer with my colleagues briefly after the conclusion of cross.
Okay, so that may be the, I mean, I understand for purposes of efficiency, it would be nice to release your witnesses from this panel, not have to have them come back tomorrow morning. But that may depend in part on how much redirect you would like to conduct. So we can see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, are you ready with more questions?
I'm having, let me just try to do a search on my computer for exhibit or appendix 30A. I was pulling it up. No. Okay, you know, I'm not pulling it up. I can, I think I've raised this question enough. Andy, given the vagueness of your recollection of even the criteria that were used in selecting the median scenario, Blake, what's the basis of your conclusion that the median scenario is suitable for use as a sensitivity analysis for this proceeding?
Objection, misstates testimony, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, Dr. Draper.
When the 2040 median selection was made by DWR's climate change program, they explained their selection criteria in some detail. I apologize if I can't pull those, pull those selection criteria page. One was a flow. I believe the other, one was temperature. I believe one was flow, and I believe one was variance of flow. But I think those were the three metrics.
Do you know whether they were looking at closeness of the models to the median of the ensemble or not?
Sorry, can you
Are
say
you
that
aware
slowly?
of whether in the selection criteria, were they looking at closeness to historical data, or were they looking at closeness to models ensemble?
I think to the model ensemble of the 64, because I would have to refresh my memory.
Okay. I've got to go back. I did want to go back to Mr. Ray's let's go back to let's see, let's go back to page your exhibit 600, DWR 600, Mr. Ray's testimony. I believe, let's see, variable. And we've skipped around a little bit in my testimony. Let's go to page 7 in my planned outline. And page 7, lines 3 to 6. It's Mr. Ray's, it states on there, and Mr. Draper, all operational scenarios modeled for the purposes of this hearing make the same climate change assumptions. Because the assumptions are the same, climate change is not a variable that will be expected to affect the comparison of results. Mr. Ray's, what's the basis of that statement?
Yes, the basis of that statement is in the way that we are looking at the effects of the Delta Conveyance project on a scenario without the Delta Conveyance project. And so climate by itself is not expected to be a factor in what the Delta Conveyance effects are. It's since the baseline model, in other words, the case without the Delta Conveyance project would have the same climate change inputs as the scenario with Delta Conveyance project. And so the effects that we're showing are the effects that are due to the Delta Conveyance project, the operation of it, and not due to the climate change.
Mr. Ray's, I wasn't asking you to respond about the Delta Conveyance project. It's more about you're producing two results. One is one is a with project, one is a without project. And you're saying you don't need to, climate change is not a variable that will be expected to affect the comparison of those two results. So you just restated it, but I'm asking, is there any kind of, what is the foundation of that statement?
I think I just testified to it. Climate change is considered, but it's the same climate change that you're looking at in the with and without Delta Conveyance project case. And so when I say because the assumptions are the same, that's what I'm referring to. It's the same in the with and without project case.
If the assumptions are the same, but some of the assumptions are not, don't reflect the current, don't reflect adequately for example, the range of conditions you could see with climate change. Why would you say climate change is not a variable that will be expected to affect the comparison of results?
Yeah, I think it's limited to the comparison of the with and without Delta Conveyance project case. That's what I mean there.
How does the Delta Conveyance project have anything to do with whether your consideration of climate change is adequate?
I don't know if I make that statement.
Okay, well, I think that's basically kind of concludes my question. I did want to ask Mr. Reyes, at any time during your cross-examination, did you receive any physical notes from any other member of the DWR team?
No, like Ms. Carroll stated earlier, she has a little card that says mute and unmute when one is talking over the other one. That's about the extent of it.
Okay, Mr. Draper, any time during your cross-examination, did you receive any physical notes from any other member of the DWR team?
Just one to tell me that I was muted.
Okay, thank you. Eli, at any time during your cross-examination, did you receive any physical notes from any other member of the DWR team?
I did not, but I also did not speak during this segment. Yeah.
Okay, I'm referring to all of the cross-examination.
At no point in the hearing did I ever receive any note except having to do with mute and unmute. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes my cross-examination. Thank you for your patience while I went through these rather technical questions with rather technical answers.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate it. And thank you to our witnesses. I will look to the room. I believe we have gone through the list of cross-examiners. Did I miss anyone? All right, we're at 4:35. I don't want to run out of, hopefully we can get this panel excused. I did have a couple of questions from my team, but I think they'll be fast. So I'm going to make an attempt, but I'd rather, take the time we need to finish this panel so that you don't have to come back in the morning. So let me give this a shot. These are not my questions, but hopefully you can help me work through them. Not my questions directly. Let's see. I believe so, Mr. Reyes, with respect to your testimony, and I don't have specific citations, but do you recall in your testimony that you used, it would be with respect to, I think it'd be page 14 or 15, with respect to the climate scenario. So can we go, Ms. Mullen, to page 14 of Mr. Reyes' testimony? We've been looking at it a lot, so we may not need it, but. And I'll go ahead and ask the question, Mr. Reyes, which is and I think we've gone over this, but just for my own clarification, the believe you state that 2040 climate conditions were reflected in temperature and precipitation data. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that was used as inputs to the hydrologic model that was used to simulate stream flow. Is that right?
Into the Vic hydrologic model.
Were there other ways in which that climate data was incorporated into the modeling?
Not that I'm aware of.
So was not used, for example, to affect, and you can tell me if I'm not a modeler.
Yeah.
But to affect, for example, soil moisture, which I believe we talked about in Cross at one point.
I think Dr. Draper could probably provide a better answer, but yeah, I don't believe so.
The muted thing. Yeah. The major part of the climate change modeling is to change the unimpaired runoff from the mountain and foothill watershed. We also change reservoir evaporation and crop evapotranspiration. One, to estimate the losses in those upstream reservoirs. The second, to refine our estimate of agricultural water demand.
Thank you. You answered two questions in one. That was so thank you for that. With respect to the scenario, which I believe was the H++ extreme scenario, which was an increase of sea level rise of 1.8 feet. Do I have that right, that that was the H++ extreme?
Yes, for the 2018 Ocean Protection Council guidance for 2040, and under the extreme risk aversion category, it was 1.8 feet.
And in modeling that scenario, were any operational assumptions changed?
I think the operations are designed to react to that change condition of the delta and how sea level rise would affect salinity. I don't recall if we put in specific modifications to operations to account for the fact that, you would likely change operations a bit to adapt to that new world.
So based on the best of your recollection, the sea level rise is incorporated into the model. Again, not a modeler, see if I'm asking this right, but to the extent necessary to meet, for example, regulatory requirements?
That's right. Like it may be more difficult to meet a given standard. And by difficult, I mean, you may have to use additional supplies to repel saltwater intrusion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. That was all I had in terms of questions. I'm glad it was short. Ms. Carroll, do you have redirect for these witnesses?
No, we do not.
All right. Then with that, I want to thank all three of you very much. I know it's been a really long 2 days. I really appreciate your stamina and your attention and your testimony in this proceeding. Thank you very much, and you all are excused. With that, I will look to the room. We are at 4:41, and my expectation tomorrow is that we would start up with panel 5. A couple of notes. One, I'm not sure if everyone is still on. Mr. Schutz may not be on anymore, but we did look into this issue with having to register for the Zoom webinar again. That may still come up for all of you tomorrow, but we will try to fix it for Wednesday. We think we've identified the issue. Second of all, I am going to make an attempt to get through appearances more quickly. I realize it's a little bit clunky. So we are going to confer about how to do that, but I think most likely what we'll end up doing is just have carry over appearances for purposes of the record, and then have each of you introduce yourselves before when you speak for the first time, because not everyone in the room is necessarily having to actively participate, but you're here because you're not sure, and I understand that. So with those two caveats and a description of where I think we are there any other issues or procedural issues we should address before we break for the day? All right, with that, thank you very much. We are adjourned, and I will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.